What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fiction Blue. We've got something special today. Harry accidentally activated a James Potter revenge charm at age 5 that physically punished every Dursley instantly. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, The snapping back. The cupboard under the stairs at Number 4 Privet Drive was exactly 31 inches wide and 54 inches long. Harry knew this because he had measured it with a piece of string he found tangled in the garden hedge, and he had measured it because there was genuinely nothing else to do in there. No books. No toys except a toy soldier with a missing leg that Dudley had thrown at his head 2 Christmases ago. One bare bulb that flickered when someone walked too heavily on the floor above. Harry was 5 years old and he knew the dimensions of his world precisely. He was sitting cross-legged on his thin mattress, the toy soldier balanced on his knee, listening to the sounds of breakfast being prepared above him. The scrape of Aunt Petunia's good frying pan, the heavy one she kept for Sunday mornings. The bass drum thud of Dudley coming down the stairs in a way that rattled the little hook where Harry hung his one spare shirt. Uncle Vernon's newspaper hitting the table. The morning routine of Number 4 was as regular as a train schedule and twice as unforgiving if you disrupted it. Harry's stomach made a sound. He pressed a hand against it, more out of habit than hope. Breakfast was not for him yet. Breakfast happened for the Dursleys first, and then Harry would be let out to clean up whatever they left, and if he was lucky there would be bacon rinds and half a piece of toast. If he was less lucky there wouldn't be. He'd been less lucky 3 days running. The lock on the cupboard door snapped back and Aunt Petunia's face appeared in the gap, sharp nose, sharp eyes, the particular expression she wore when she was already anticipating being disappointed. "Up," she said. "The lawn wants edging before the masons come this afternoon and I will not have them see this house looking like something from a council estate." Harry unfolded himself from the mattress and followed her to the kitchen, where the smell of bacon and eggs hit him like something physical. Dudley was already at the table, an entire plate heaped in front of him, systematically separating the eggs from the bacon as though they had personally offended him. Uncle Vernon sat behind his newspaper with his tea, the paper rustling whenever something displeased him, which was approximately every 30 seconds. "The edging shears are in the shed," Petunia said, not looking at him. She was already wiping down the counter with the kind of focused energy she applied to things that bothered her. "And when you've finished that, the flower beds want weeding." "Can I have breakfast first?" Harry asked. The newspaper lowered an inch. One of Vernon's eyes appeared over the top. "You'll eat when the work is done," Vernon said. "And don't stand there looking pathetic. Gets on my nerves." Harry looked at the bacon. He wasn't thinking about anything in particular. He wasn't angry, exactly. Anger required a kind of energy he'd mostly stopped spending on mornings like this. He was just hungry. He was hungry and the bacon was right there and Dudley had enough on his plate to feed a small country and nobody seemed to find any of this strange. Something happened then. It started in Harry's chest, not a feeling exactly, more like a vibration, the way a guitar string keeps humming after you've plucked it. A warmth that spread outward from somewhere behind his ribs and moved down his arms to his fingertips. He didn't do anything with it. He didn't even really notice it. He just looked at the bacon and thought, with the weary clarity of a very hungry 5-year-old, that's not fair. The shears in the garden shed fell off their hook, hit the concrete floor, and the sound made Petunia jump and slosh her tea. That was all. Nothing dramatic. Just a vibration, a thought, a clatter from the shed. But then Vernon pushed his chair back to stand, and his knee caught the table leg at a very specific angle, and the full weight of his own substantial body came down wrong, and he went "OOF" in a very undignified way and sat back down harder than he'd meant to. His newspaper fell into his tea. Dudley laughed. Vernon's face went the particular shade of red that meant someone nearby was about to have a very bad morning. His eyes went straight to Harry. "What did you do?" "Nothing," Harry said, which was true. "Don't you lie to me, boy, Vernon, he's all the way over there," Petunia started. "I know what I felt." Vernon's hand came down on the table, rattling everything on it. He shoved his chair back properly this time, stood up, and planted his foot directly on the section of floor tile that had been lifting at the corner for 3 weeks because Petunia had been after him to fix it and he hadn't. The tile skidded. Vernon lurched. His elbow connected with the counter edge hard enough to make him hiss through his teeth. Dudley stopped laughing. The kitchen was very quiet. Harry stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the hall, still holding the toy soldier, watching his uncle straighten up and cradle his elbow with a look on his face that Harry had never seen before. Vernon was always angry. Harry had seen him furious, had seen him go so red it looked dangerous, had seen him slam doors hard enough to bounce pictures off walls. But this look was something different. This was a man who had just noticed something wrong and couldn't locate the source of it. He looked at Harry. Harry looked back at him. "Go do the lawn," Petunia said quietly. She had both hands flat on the counter and she was looking at the spilled tea rather than at either of them. "Go on, Harry. Straight to the shed." Harry went. The lawn edging took most of the morning and the weeding took the rest of it, and by noon Harry's knees were grass-stained and his fingers hurt and he had eaten nothing since the small bowl of porridge Petunia had shoved through the cupboard door the night before. He knelt in the flower bed by the front gate and pulled dandelions and tried not to think about food, which was exactly as successful as it sounds. Mrs. Figg from 2 doors down walked past with her cat Tibbles and gave him a long look. She always gave him long looks. Harry had never been entirely sure what to make of Mrs. Figg. She smelled of cats and boiled cabbage, and she had given him a tour of her photo albums of every cat she had ever owned on the one occasion he'd had to stay with her, but there was something in the way she watched him that felt different from the way the other neighbors watched him. Less dismissive. More worried. "Working hard, dear," she said. It wasn't quite a question. "Edging and weeding," Harry said. "Have you eaten?" Harry pulled a dandelion. "I'm fine, Mrs. Figg." She stood at the gate for a moment longer than was natural, Tibbles winding around her ankles, both of them looking at him with the same particular expression. Then she said, "I'll have biscuits on my counter if you ever find yourself passing by," and walked on. Harry filed that away. He went back to pulling weeds and the sun moved across the sky above Privet Drive and the neighborhood was very quiet in the particular way suburbs are quiet, not peaceful, just empty of anything worth noticing. 2 houses down a lawnmower ran for a while. A delivery van made 3 stops on the street. Somewhere a dog barked until someone shouted at it. Around 1 in the afternoon, the front door opened and Dudley came out with an ice lolly, orange, Harry's favorite color, which was probably not a coincidence, and sat on the front step and ate it slowly, watching Harry weed. "You're doing it wrong," Dudley said, though he had never weeded anything in his life and clearly had no basis for this. Harry didn't answer. "Dad says you did something at breakfast." "I didn't do anything." "He says you did. He says you're not normal." Dudley licked the lolly. "I think you're weird. All my friends think you're weird." "Okay," Harry said. Dudley's eyes narrowed. He didn't like okay. Okay was not the reaction he wanted. He stood up from the step and walked down the path toward Harry, and Harry felt him coming without turning around, the particular shadow of his cousin, heavier and longer than Harry's own. "I'm going to tell Mum you've been doing freaky stuff again," Dudley said. He was very close now. Harry could smell the orange lolly on his breath. "And you'll get put in the cupboard and you won't get dinner." "Dudley," Harry said, still not turning around, "just go inside." "Or what?" Harry pulled a dandelion. Dudley reached out and shoved the back of Harry's head. Not a punch, he knew from experience that punching Harry on the front lawn where Mrs. Next-door but 3 might see was something his mother didn't like, just a shove, the heel of his palm against the back of Harry's skull. And the world snapped. It happened so fast that Harry genuinely wasn't sure what he'd seen. One moment Dudley was behind him. The next, Dudley was sitting in the middle of the flower bed, right in the section Harry had just finished weeding, the orange lolly face down in the dirt beside him and a look on his face like someone had walked up behind him and pushed him, hard, from behind. Which, to be clear, nobody had done. Dudley sat in the dirt and stared at his empty hand and then at the ruined lolly and then at Harry, who had turned around now and was looking at him with wide eyes. Not guilty eyes. Just, surprised eyes. Because Harry hadn't done anything and he knew he hadn't done anything, and also something had very clearly just happened. Then Dudley started crying. The aftermath of Dudley crying on the front lawn was, in Vernon's estimation, entirely Harry's fault. The evidence for this was minimal, the logic was questionable, and the conclusion was never in doubt. By 2 in the afternoon Harry was back in the cupboard, no lunch, sitting on his mattress in the 31 by 54-inch world of his, turning the toy soldier over in his fingers. He thought about the kitchen. He thought about Vernon's knee and the tile and the elbow. He thought about Dudley in the flower bed. He thought about the warmth in his chest. He wasn't frightened. This was the interesting thing. He felt like he should be. He had a vague sense that strange things happening were bad, because the Dursleys had always treated them as bad, had always looked at him with that specific combination of suspicion and disgust whenever something bent wrong around him. He had spent most of his 5 years trying not to be strange. But sitting in the cupboard now, alone with the flickering bulb, he found that he didn't feel sorry. He felt, and he turned this feeling over carefully, because it was new, satisfied. Not mean satisfied. Not the way Dudley's face looked when he got the last of anything. Just, like something had gone right for once. Like the world had briefly and accurately understood what fair meant. He put the toy soldier down on the mattress and lay on his back and looked at the underside of the stairs. The wood above him was rough and he could see where people had sat on the 5th step from the bottom over decades, worn it smooth. It was the kind of detail that stuck in his head without meaning to. He pressed his hand against his chest where the warmth had been. "Hello?" he said to it, feeling slightly stupid. Nothing answered. Of course. He was 5 and talking to the inside of his own ribs. He turned his head and stared at the cupboard wall instead, where he'd scratched small lines to count something. He couldn't remember what he'd been counting anymore. Days, probably. He scratched lines to count things when there was nothing else to do. The warmth pulsed once, gently. Harry went very still. It was not a word. It was not anything that could be called communication by any reasonable definition. But it was, present. Aware. Like a cat that had been sleeping in a corner of a room and had opened one eye to show you it was awake. "Are you?" Harry started. Stopped. Tried again. "Are you mine?" The warmth expanded briefly, like a slow exhale. Like someone sitting back in a chair. Harry lay very still for a long time. Then, quietly, with the particular pragmatism of a child who has learned not to expect things to make immediate sense, he said, "Okay. That's fine. You can stay." The Masons came at 3. Harry could hear them through the cupboard door, the arrival, the introductions, Petunia's company voice which was higher and quicker than her regular voice, Vernon doing his large important businessman routine. Dudley had apparently been cleaned up and decried and deployed as evidence of normal family life. Harry lay on his mattress and listened to the performance of Number 4 presenting itself to the world and found it less interesting than usual. He was thinking about the warmth. It had come when he was hungry and thinking that's not fair. It had come when Dudley hit his head. Both times something had happened to whoever hurt him, or to Vernon when Vernon was gearing up to hurt him. Not permanent things. Not cruel things. Just, direct. Like cause and effect with a slight delay removed. Harry thought, what if it only does that? What if it only works when someone does something to me? He tested this. He lay on his mattress and tried to feel the warmth on purpose, tried to aim it at nothing in particular, tried to make the toy soldier stand up on its own. Nothing. The warmth sat in his chest, placid and unhelpful, and the toy soldier stayed horizontal. He tried aiming it at the lock on the cupboard door. Still nothing. But then he thought, very clearly, about being hungry, about the bacon and the 3 days running of bad luck and the missed lunch and the fact that the Masons were probably being served Petunia's good biscuits right now, and the warmth stirred, and something knocked against the inside of the cupboard door. Harry sat up. He looked at the door. He thought about the bacon again, very specifically. The warmth moved. Something on the other side of the door shifted, and then the lock, which required a key, always required a key. Vernon had impressed this upon him in the first month of his life in this cupboard. The lock clicked. The door swung an inch open. Harry stared at it. Then he reached out and pushed it the rest of the way and stepped out into the hall. The Masons were in the sitting room, which was at the far end. The hall was empty. The kitchen was empty. On the kitchen counter, left out in the haste of preparing for guests, was the plate of Petunia's biscuits, the good ones, the chocolate-covered ones she ordered from a special place in the village, and beside it, wrapped in foil, the sandwiches she'd made as backup if the guests were hungrier than expected. Harry ate 4 sandwiches and 11 biscuits, standing at the counter, fast, watching the sitting room door. Nobody came. He wrapped the foil back around what was left, arranged the remaining biscuits in a pattern close enough to the original that you'd have to really look, and slipped back down the hall and into the cupboard and pulled the door shut behind him. The lock clicked. He lay on his mattress. The warmth sat in his chest, calm and steady, and for the first time in longer than he could properly measure, Harry Potter fell asleep before he was hungry enough to make sleep difficult. He woke to Vernon's voice. Low, which meant controlled, which meant the Masons were still there or had just left. Vernon loud was something Harry had long since calibrated to background noise. Vernon low and controlled was different. Vernon low meant it was going in the book, it was being saved, it was coming out later. Noticed the biscuits. They could have just, Petunia. 12 biscuits on a plate and the plate is short by 11. That is not the wind. A pause. Harry held very still, not that it mattered, they couldn't hear him breathing through the door. And the sandwiches, Petunia said. Then, quietly, he got out. I locked it. I know. Another pause. This one longer and different in quality. That is not. Vernon started. Stopped. The sound of him walking, his heavy tread crossing the kitchen, stopping outside the cupboard. That is the kind of thing I will not have in my house. I will not have it, Petunia. I've told you. What are you going to do, Vernon? His voice, when it came, was right outside the door, not 6 inches from Harry's face on the other side of the wood. I'm going to make it very clear, Vernon said, that there are rules. And there are consequences. The lock turned. The door opened. Vernon Dursley filled the frame the way he always did, large and red-faced and breathing through his nose in a specific way that had reliably preceded bad things in Harry's experience. He looked at Harry on the mattress. You got out, he said. I was hungry, Harry said. This was, on reflection, not the tactically ideal response. But Harry was 5 and recently fed and still warm with the thing in his chest, and he was tired of trying to make himself small enough to fit into the space Vernon assigned him. Something moved behind Vernon's eyes. He reached into the cupboard and grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him out into the hall, and Harry felt his shoulder wrench and the warmth in his chest went from steady warm to something else, something with an edge to it, and he had the very distinct impression of a sound that wasn't quite a sound, like a tuning fork struck in a room that was slightly too small for the note. Vernon raised his other hand. The hallway light exploded. Not burst, exploded, the bulb shattering inside the fitting with a sound like a gunshot, plunging the hallway into the amber late afternoon light from the sitting room end and leaving the two of them standing in shadow. Glass rained down on the hall carpet. Vernon froze. Harry looked at the dark light fitting. Then he looked at his uncle. Vernon's hand was still raised. He had stopped mid-motion, stopped by the shock of it, and now he held very still in the way large animals hold still when they suddenly understand they are not alone in the dark. His face had gone through 4 or 5 colors in 2 seconds and had arrived at something that was not quite any of them. He slowly lowered his hand. Neither of them said anything. Harry looked at him with the clear, direct look of a child who has recently eaten 11 biscuits and learned that the universe operates on a system of direct reciprocity, and said, quite calmly, "I was hungry." Petunia appeared at the end of the hall. She looked at the dark ceiling fitting. She looked at the glass on the carpet. She looked at Harry. She looked at Vernon's face. "Go to the cupboard, Harry," she said. "I will," Harry said. "I'm not angry." He said this to both of them, but he was looking at Vernon when he said it, because it felt important that Vernon understand the distinction. What had happened hadn't happened because Harry was angry. He was, genuinely, fine. He was fed, and he was fine. He walked past Vernon, feeling his uncle move back fractionally, just one step, involuntary, and climbed into the cupboard and sat on his mattress. The lock did not click. He waited. After 30 seconds, it clicked. Harry lay down and looked at the underside of the stairs and thought about the light and about Vernon's face and about the particular way the warmth had felt in that moment, not gentle like before, not the exhale of something resting. Sharp. Quick. Proportional in the way that a reflex is proportional, no thought to it, all response. It hadn't felt like him doing it. It had felt like something that lived alongside him doing it, something with its own sense of justice that he had just happened to be attached to at the moment. He turned this over. He was 5 and he did not have the vocabulary for most of what he was thinking, but he had something better than vocabulary. He had the particular emotional clarity of a child who has been left alone with hard facts long enough to know them without sentiment. Something was protecting him. Something that had always been there, maybe, waiting. Something that was attached to him in a way that felt, he pressed his hand against his chest, old. The way the house was old. The way the photograph on the Dursleys' hall table was old, the one they had that they never talked about, the woman with the red hair and the smile that Harry had studied on more than one occasion because she was the only person in any photograph in that house who looked even slightly like him. He thought about the red-haired woman for a long time. He fell asleep again before supper, which turned out not to matter, because there was no supper. 3 weeks passed. The summer settled over Privet Drive in the way English summers do when they're making an effort, warm enough for the Dursleys to complain about the garden, sunny enough for Dudley to want to be outside, which was bad for Harry but better than Dudley being bored inside. Bored inside Dudley was worse. Garden Dudley at least had other things to occupy him. The charm, Harry had started calling it that privately, charm, because it felt like the right word for something that sat quietly in his chest and responded to things. The charm had been quiet since the hallway light. Vernon had gone very careful around him. Not kind. Not even civil in any meaningful sense. Just, careful. He still went pink when Harry came into rooms. He still spoke to him with the specific dismissiveness of a man who resents that he has to speak at all. But he didn't put his hands on him. Petunia was a different calculation. She was not careful exactly. She was watching. She did the dishes and made the beds and ran number 4 with the precision of a woman who needed her house to be right because the world outside it was untrustworthy, and she watched Harry the way you'd watch a thing you didn't understand, not afraid of it, exactly, but aware that understanding it was necessary before you could decide how to feel. She had found him once, in the fortnight since the hallway, sitting at the kitchen table reading the back of the cereal box because it was the only thing with words on it that he had regular access to. She'd stood in the doorway watching him and he'd looked up and they'd had one of those conversations that happens entirely without speaking. She was deciding something, and he was waiting, and neither of them moved for a moment. Then she said, "Do you want a book?" Harry looked at her. "The church jumble sale," she said, already clearly regretting the offer, turning away. "They always have children's books. Filthy things, usually, but they'd be something for you to do." 3 days later there were 4 paperback books on the floor outside the cupboard door, left there in the night or early morning when Harry was still asleep, with no ceremony and no mention made of them. 2 were picture books he was too old for. 1 was a children's encyclopedia about animals that he read 3 times in a week. The last was a slightly damaged copy of a novel about a dragon that he read once a day until he'd got it memorized. He never said thank you out loud. She never acknowledged giving them. They both seemed to understand this was the arrangement. It was a Thursday, the kind of bright, slightly aggressive Thursday that feels like a dare, when things changed again. Harry was in the garden, weeding the back bed this time, in the narrow strip between the fence and the vegetable patch that Uncle Vernon grew despite being useless at it. The tomatoes were coming in. The runner beans were doing something ambitious. Harry worked steadily along the fence and thought about the dragon book and didn't think about being hungry because he'd had an actual breakfast this morning. Petunia had left him a plate this time, set out before the others came down, nothing elaborate, just toast and an egg, but left there deliberately, placed there as a fact. He was thinking about that, actually. About how a fact could be a whole conversation if you let it. When the gate latch on the back fence opened. It wasn't the Dursleys, they'd have come through the house. Harry turned around. The man was tall, in a way that seemed designed to be noticed, but he was wearing the most extraordinarily ordinary clothing, beige slacks, a cream shirt, a jacket that was trying very hard to look like something you'd buy at Marks and Spencer and mostly succeeding. He had sandy gray hair and a tired face and pale eyes that were doing a very thorough job of looking at Harry from the gate without making it obvious that they were doing a thorough job of looking at Harry. In one hand he held a bag from the garden center. Like he'd come to buy compost. Delivery, he said. Bags for the, he gestured vaguely at the vegetable patch. We didn't order anything, Harry said. The man stopped. He looked at Harry, not the way adults usually looked at him, which was through him, or the way Petunia looked at him lately, which was cautiously and at angles. This man looked at him directly, the way you look at something that has surprised you, and there was something in it that Harry didn't have a name for yet. No, the man said, after a moment. No, I don't suppose you did. He put the garden center bag down on the path, and it made the sound of a bag that contained no compost and possibly some books. He pushed his hands into his jacket pockets. Harry Potter, he said. Not a question. Yes, Harry said. My name is Daedalus Diggle. He paused. You don't know me. I've seen you before. Once, in a shop. You wouldn't remember. Another pause, and there was something going on behind his eyes that Harry couldn't read. You're 5. Nearly 6, Harry said. Daedalus Diggle looked at him for a long moment. He looked like a man who had been sent to check on something and had discovered the thing was considerably more itself than anyone had prepared him for. Are you, he stopped. Started again. Are they treating you well? The Dursleys? Harry considered this. He looked at the garden. He looked at the fence. He looked at the man in the beige slacks with his bag of presumably not compost. Better lately, he said. Why? Diggle opened his mouth. Closed it. His hands moved in his pockets in a way that suggested he was gripping something and then deciding not to take it out. There've been reports. Through certain channels. Of unusual activity at this address. He looked at the house. Protective magical activity. Harry said nothing. Very old magic, Diggle said quietly. Very specific old magic. The kind that, he stopped again. He looked at Harry with the expression of a man who has rehearsed a speech and is watching it become irrelevant in real time. The kind that doesn't activate unless it's needed. The warmth in Harry's chest pulsed once, lazily, like a cat acknowledging its name. Harry looked at the man. Do you know whose it is? Harry asked. Diggle looked at him for a long moment. The tired lines around his eyes moved. He reached into his jacket pocket, and this time he did take something out, a small photograph, muggle-sized, slightly worn at the edges. He held it out across the gate. Harry took it. 2 people. A man with dark hair that went in every direction and round glasses pushed up his nose, laughing at something outside the frame. A woman with dark red hair and bright eyes, her head tipped toward the man's shoulder, also laughing. Young. Both of them very young. Harry looked at the laughing man. He looked at the glasses. He looked at the hair. He turned his own face up toward Diggle. Diggle, to his visible credit, didn't try to soften it. He just nodded. "James Potter," he said. "Your father. He was the best of us, Harry. He really was. And he loved you very much." Harry looked back at the photograph. The two people in it were laughing, and the woman's hand was on the man's arm and the man's glasses were sliding down his nose, and neither of them knew Harry was looking at them, and Harry was 5 years old and nearly 6, and he had measured his world with a piece of string, and it had been 31 by 54 inches. The warmth in his chest spread all the way to his fingertips. "Thank you," Harry said. He held the photograph back out to Diggle, who shook his head. "Keep it," Diggle said. He picked up the garden center bag that wasn't full of compost. He looked at the house one more time, then back at Harry with the expression of a man who is going to go home and write a very interesting letter to a very old man and struggle to explain what he found. "Be well," he said. "You'll get a letter, when you're old enough. A proper one." "I'll look forward to it," Harry said. Diggle nodded. He let himself back out the gate. He walked away down the back lane with his bag, and Harry listened to his footsteps until they were gone. Then he looked at the photograph in his hand. His father, laughing. His mother, leaning in. He walked back to the flower bed and sat on the grass between the fence and the tomatoes and held the photograph in both hands and didn't say anything. Didn't need to. The warmth in his chest was steady and even as breathing, as old as the house, as old as the magic in him that had woken 3 weeks ago when he was hungry and thinking about unfairness. He understood now. Not everything, not even close. But the shape of it. Something his father had made, a long time ago, for a very specific reason. "I'm here," it said without words. "I was always here." Harry sat in the garden of Number 4 Privet Drive with his father's photograph in his hands and the summer making long gold lines through the runner beams, and for the first time in his life, in his entire, precisely measured, 31 by 54-inch life, he felt like something was coming. Something large, and worth waiting for. He put the photograph in his shirt pocket, close to the warmth. Then he went back to weeding, because the tomatoes weren't going to look after themselves. Chapter 2, The letter that knew the photograph lived in Harry's shirt pocket for exactly 4 days before Petunia found it. He hadn't hidden it. That was the thing she couldn't get past when she stood in the kitchen doorway holding it at arm's length, like it might bite. He hadn't tucked it under the mattress or folded it into a book or done any of the sensible things a child who understood the territory would have done. He'd just carried it around in his pocket because it was his and he wanted it near him, and if that was a problem for someone then they could bring it up directly. Petunia did not bring it up directly. She brought it up indirectly, by standing very still in the kitchen doorway with the photograph between 2 fingers and a particular set to her jaw that Harry had learned meant she was doing complicated arithmetic in her head. Harry was eating breakfast. She'd been leaving him a plate most mornings now, the egg and toast arrangement, and he'd stopped making note of it the way he used to because making note of it seemed to make her less likely to do it. "Where did you get this?" she said. Not a question. The intonation of someone who already knows part of the answer and is running checks against it. "A man came to the garden," Harry said. "He had a bag from the garden center." Petunia looked at the photograph. "He said his name was Diggle," Harry said. Petunia closed her eyes for precisely 3 seconds. Then she opened them and set the photograph down on the table beside Harry's plate, not handed it to him, put it on the table the way you put down something you've been carrying too long, and she crossed to the kettle and turned it on and stood with her back to him. "Daedalus Diggle is a fool," she said, which was not what Harry had expected. "You know him?" "I know of him." Her voice was flat in the way it was flat when she was controlling the edges of it. "He once bowed to me in a Sainsbury's. Full bow, in the frozen goods aisle, on a Tuesday afternoon. Thought I didn't notice what he was. The kettle began to heat. I notice everything, Harry. I always have. Harry looked at the back of her head. He looked at the photograph of his parents on the table. That's my father, he said. I know who it is. And my mum. Petunia's shoulders did something, a movement that started and then stopped, like a word she'd begun to say and swallowed back. She took a mug from the cupboard. She was my sister, Petunia said, and it came out almost conversational, almost nothing, and would have been entirely convincing to anyone who hadn't been studying Petunia Dursley's voice for most of their existence. Her name was Lily. I know, Harry said. He told me. What else did he tell you? That my father was the best of them. That there's a letter coming when I'm old enough. Harry picked up the photograph and looked at his mother's red hair and the way she was leaning toward his father, easy and certain, like leaning on him was as natural as breathing. What was she like? A long silence. The kettle was building to its click. Stubborn, Petunia said finally. She was extraordinarily stubborn. She decided things and then they were decided. She decided that strange boy from Spinner's End was worth talking to when nobody else would, and so they were friends. She decided your father was worth marrying despite everything, and so she married him. The kettle clicked. She was very good at deciding things and then living with them absolutely. What strange boy? Harry said. The mug went down on the counter with a sound that meant the conversation had reached its border. That's enough, Petunia said, not unkindly. Not kindly either. Just, the line is here. Harry looked at his mother's laughing face. She looks happy, he said. Petunia poured her tea and did not answer, and Harry took the photograph back and put it in his pocket and finished his breakfast. The letter that Daedalus Diggle had sent arrived at the Ministry of Magic at 7:43 on a Friday morning, routed through the improper use of Magic Office via the standard flagging system they had on certain addresses. Number 4, Privet Drive had been on a loose monitoring list since the night of October 31, 1981, though the precise nature of that monitoring had been a subject of quiet but persistent bureaucratic confusion. The original notation read, Observe. Do not interfere. Priority, Headmaster's discretion. This was unusual because headmasters of Hogwarts did not typically have jurisdiction over the improper use office, and the office's then-director had made a note to query this chain of command. He'd retired before following up and the note had been buried under 5 years of subsequent filings. What the monitoring system had now collected was not one report. It was 11. Madame Millicent Bagnold, who ran the improper use office with the organized ferocity of someone who had built her career on the certainty that rules meant something, spread the 11 reports across her desk on Friday morning and looked at them the way she looked at things that were going to make her morning difficult. The first 7 were routine, minor ambient magical discharge, the sort of residual energy that happened around very young magical children who hadn't learned to not leak yet. Easily explained, easily filed, barely worth noting. But Report 8 was different. Report 8, dated 3 weeks prior, described a magical signature that the monitoring system's detection array had flagged as protective enchantment, ancient classification, level 4 resonance, origin, unrecognized caster. Level 4. She looked at that twice. Level 4 protective enchantments were the kind that got written about in historical texts. They were the kind that had to be deliberately constructed, not the kind that happened organically around children. The Ministry's own protective ward infrastructure was Level 2. The school at Hogwarts ran Level 3 around the grounds. She had seen Level 4 documentation twice in her career, both times on very old vaults at Gringotts. Reports 9 through 11 were worse. Same address. Escalating signature. The enchantment wasn't just present, it was active. It was responding to stimuli. It was, according to the array's technical notes, functioning. She pulled a sheet of parchment toward her and began writing. 3 copies, one to the headmaster of Hogwarts, one to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and one to the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, which was also Dumbledore, but that was a separate hat and she was thorough. Then she paused. She looked at the name at the top of each report. Subject, Harry J. Potter. Age, 5, she put her quill down and looked at the ceiling of her office for a moment. Then she picked it up again and added a fourth copy, addressed directly to herself, labeled personal in handwriting that was firmer than her usual hand, and put it in the drawer she used for things she wanted to remember independently of the official record. Then she sent an owl to Arabella Figg. Arabella Figg had not had a good 3 weeks. She was a squib, which meant she had been born into the magical world and then handed a door to stand outside of, which was its own particular variety of suffering. She'd been placed on Privet Drive by Dumbledore in the year following the Potters' deaths, charged with watching Harry and reporting anything of concern, and she had taken this role with the seriousness of a woman who understood that it was the one useful thing she could do with her proximity to the world she'd been born out of. She'd sent 4 letters in 3 weeks, each one carefully worded, each one describing what she had observed from her front window, from her garden, from her perfectly positioned walks past Number 4 with Tibbles. The first letter had described a shattered hall light and a large man standing very still in a dark corridor. The second had described what appeared to be a locked door opening without a key. The third had described, with increasing agitation, the magical detection she felt even as a squib, that low-frequency hum in the air around Number 4 that felt like standing near an active electrical substation, uncomfortable and persistent and entirely new. The fourth letter had been somewhat shorter and had mostly said please respond in 4 different ways. Nobody had responded. So when Bagnod's owl arrived on her kitchen table on Friday morning, Arabella Figg read the letter 3 times, then put on her outdoor shoes, walked the 2 houses to Number 4, and knocked on the front door. Petunia answered. The 2 women looked at each other. They had, in the 5 years that Harry had been at Number 4, developed the precise relationship of 2 people who are aware of each other's purposes and have collectively decided to communicate as little as possible about them. Petunia babysat avoided and Arabella cat visited, and they passed each other on the street with nods that contained entire chapters neither of them spoke aloud. I need to speak with the boy, Arabella said. Petunia's hand tightened on the door. Briefly, Arabella said. On your front step if you'd like. I'm not coming in. A pause. Then Petunia called over her shoulder, in a voice stripped of everything, Harry. Come to the door. Harry appeared from the direction of the stairs, the photograph visible at the top of his shirt pocket. He looked at Arabella Figg, who he knew from 2 houses down, and the cat photographs and the biscuit offer, and waited. There are people paying attention, Arabella said, without preamble. To things happening at this house. People from, she glanced at Petunia, the other world. I know, Harry said. She blinked. You know. Diggle came 3 weeks ago. Arabella closed her eyes briefly in a way that suggested she had many things to say about Daedalus Diggle and was exercising considerable restraint about all of them. He wasn't supposed to, she stopped. All right. What did he tell you? That there's protective magic here. Old magic. And that there's a letter coming. He told a 5-year-old about, another stop. She looked at Harry the way she'd been looking at him lately, that careful worried look, but this time there was something else in it. Something recalibrating. Do you understand what the magic is? Not completely, Harry said. But it came from my father. The word father sat in the air of the front step of Number 4, Privet Drive on a Friday morning, and Petunia, who was still holding the door, made no sound, but her knuckles whitened a fraction. It's going to draw attention, Arabella said carefully. It already has. And the people it's drawing attention from aren't all. She looked for a word. They're not all going to come the way Diggle came. With a bag from a garden center. Some of them will have agendas. What kind of agendas? Harry said. The kind that are about you specifically. About what you represent to people. About what happened when you were 1 year old. She looked at him steadily. You know about that? A little, Harry said. I know my parents died. There's more, she said. You'll learn it properly in time. What I need you to understand now is that the magic you have, the charm, the thing that's, she looked at his chest, where the warmth was a constant background presence now, it's announcing itself. And that's both good and not. Harry considered this. Good because it protects me. Not good because it tells people I exist in a way Dumbledore apparently didn't want. Arabella Figg stared at him. Petunia, behind the door, made a very small sound. How do you know about Dumbledore? Arabella said. Diggle mentioned a headmaster, Harry said. And you said people have agendas, and who has the biggest agenda about me? Has to be the person who put me here. And that person put you here too. He nodded toward her house. Cat photographs. You don't actually like cats that much. Your face when you hold Tibbles, you're tolerating it. Arabella Figg stood on the front step of number 4 and looked at a 5-year-old and was very quiet for a moment. Your father, she said, finally, to herself more than to him, was exactly like this. The warmth in Harry's chest glowed. The people paying attention, Harry said. The ones with agendas. Are any of them dangerous? That's what I'm trying to find out, she said. For now, just go on as you are. Don't do anything to make the magic more visible than it already is. She paused. Although I suspect telling you not to do something isn't going to be particularly effective. I don't do anything, Harry said. It does things when people do things to me. Yes, she said. That is, in fact, the problem. The report that Arabella Figg sent to Dumbledore that evening was the most detailed she'd written in 5 years, and it sat on the headmaster's desk at Hogwarts for 6 hours before he opened it. He was with students, then with staff, then with a visitor from the ministry who wanted to discuss funding arrangements for the coming academic year. When he finally sat down in the evening with his bowl of lemon drops and the Fig report, he read it twice, put it down, and looked at the portrait of Armando Dippet on the wall for a long time. Dippet said, Trouble? The charm is active, Dumbledore said. Ah, said Dippet. I had hoped. He stopped. He picked up the report again, turned it over. I had hoped, when I placed him there, that the blood protection would be sufficient and the lex talionis would simply remain dormant. James said it before the end. He was thorough. He was always thorough. Lex talionis, Dippet said thoughtfully. Old magic. Very old. Older than the school, Dumbledore said. Bloodbound, triggered by deliberate harm to the protected individual. I knew it was there. I thought the blood protection would prevent the kind of harm that would trigger it. A pause. I underestimated the Dursleys. Or overestimated them, Dippet suggested. Dumbledore set the report down again. His half-moon spectacles caught the candlelight. Behind them, his eyes were doing something that was not quite worry and not quite calculation, but lived in the neighborhood of both. The problem, and it was a problem, he was honest enough with himself to call it that plainly, was that the lex talionis charm was not subtle. It was, by design, the opposite of subtle. James had built it to be witnessed. You protected a child quietly with barriers and wards and invisibility. You built a lex talionis when you wanted consequences, when you wanted anyone who raised a hand against your blood to understand immediately and visibly what they had done. It was a statement as much as a protection. And statements were noticed. He had built the first 5 years of Harry's life on a principle of unnoticed. Unnoticed, unexceptional, unremarkable until the right moment, until Harry was 11 and had been shaped by the kind of quiet, human hardship that built character without building arrogance, and could walk into the magical world with the right kind of humility, the kind that would make him trustworthy, the kind that would make him follow rather than lead before he understood the full weight of what he was carrying. An active lex talionis charm visible to every detection array in the ministry was not unnoticed. He pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward him and began to write to Arabella. Continue observation. Report any further activations. Do not, under any circumstances, allow the boy to be told more than he already knows. He stopped. He put the quill down. More than he already knows. He read Fig's report again, the section near the end. The boy deduced your involvement, Albus. He deduced mine. He deduced the function of the charm and the identity of its caster without being told any of it. He is 5 years old and he reasons like a boy of 15, and he is not afraid of anything I've seen put in front of him, including the idea that powerful people are paying attention to him. He mentioned you by name and then looked at me as if he was waiting to see whether I'd confirm it, which I did not do, but he didn't seem to need me to. Dumbledore looked at his lemon drops. He looked at the report. He picked the quill back up and wrote, "Continue observation. Keep him safe. And Arabella, be honest with him. Within reason." The within reason gave him several seconds of trouble, but he left it in. The owl that arrived at Number 4 3 days later was an accident, and nobody would ever fully agree on whose. It was not Dumbledore's owl. Dumbledore had not sent anything to Harry directly. It was not from Arabella. It was a small, self-important tawny owl that belonged to the improper use of Magic Office's administrative department, and it had been dispatched with what was supposed to be an internal routing notice to the monitoring address, a technical piece of ministry paperwork, entirely not intended for the eyes of a 5-year-old. The owl arrived at 6 in the morning and hopped through the kitchen window that Harry had cracked open because the summer heat had made the cupboard almost unbreathable and the kitchen was cooler, and he'd been sitting at the table with his animal encyclopedia, and the owl came through the window and dropped an envelope in front of him and sat on the tap and looked at him expectantly. Harry looked at the envelope. It was addressed in ministry formatting, official purple ink, the Hogwarts crest on the back closure but a ministry seal on the front, which meant it wasn't actually a Hogwarts letter but something routed through connected administration. The front read, Monitoring Log Reference 1986/PPD/4/H.J.P, Addressee, Monitoring Officer, Primary. Which was technically Arabella Fig. The owl was on Harry's kitchen tap. Harry looked at the owl. The owl looked at Harry with the confidence of a creature that had not been sent to the right house and was not prepared to acknowledge this. Harry opened the envelope. It was 3 pages of ministry parchment in very small official handwriting. Most of it was bureaucratic notation that meant nothing to him, reference numbers, classification codes, the names of departments. But the middle section of the second page had been written in plainer language because it was a summary for interdepartmental understanding, and this section Harry read 3 times. The Lex Talionis enchantment present at the monitored address has now demonstrated 11 confirmed activations over a 24-day period. Classification, Ancient Protective Magic, Blood Origin. The enchantment's caster is identified in cross-reference archive notation as James Fleamont Potter, deceased, October 31, 1981. Estimated charm construction date, September, October 1981, consistent with intelligence suggesting caster was aware of credible lethal threat. The charm is operating within legal parameters as a defensive family construct. However, its public visibility profile now exceeds the low category and has been reclassified to conspicuous. Recommendation, assign active monitoring officer. Secondary recommendation, review headmaster's discretionary hold on subject file, as existing oversight structure may be insufficient for. The page ended. Harry read the summary again. James Fleamont Potter. His father had a middle name. Fleamont. He turned this over, decided it was eccentric in a way that felt right for the man in the photograph who laughed at things outside the frame. Deceased, October 31, 1981. He was 1 year old. He looked at his own hands on the parchment, his small 5-year-old hands, and thought about being 1 year old and whatever had happened and the charm being built in the 2 months before that, his father knowing something was coming and making this thing in Harry's chest, this old warm presence, and leaving it there for him like a letter written before the writer knew if they'd still be around to send it. The owl made a sound. I know, Harry said. You want to go. He put the pages back in the envelope carefully. He looked at the owl. You were supposed to go to Mrs. Fig, he said. The owl ruffled, unconcerned. Harry went to the kitchen drawer where Petunia kept things, and he found a small piece of paper and a pen. She'd never have let him use proper stationery, but there was always a notepad, and he wrote, "Mrs. Fig, a ministry owl came to me by mistake. I've read it. I think you probably should know I've read it. I'm fine. Harry." He folded the note around the official envelope and tied both to the owl's leg with a rubber band, because he didn't have string. The owl gave him a deeply affronted look but departed. Harry sat at the kitchen table with his encyclopedia and thought about September, October 1981, and a man who had 2 months to make something permanent out of love and had used them to make something that lived in his son's chest like a second heartbeat, steady and unfailing. He pressed his hand flat on the table and felt the warmth move through his palm and into the wood, a faint warmth, like a breath. The wood didn't catch fire. Nothing dramatic happened. It was just, warm for a moment, the way things are warm when they've been in the sun. Harry took his hand back. He made himself breakfast. Arabella Fig's response to his note came the same afternoon, not by owl, because she came herself, and she didn't knock on the Dursleys' door this time. She knocked on the garden gate and Harry was in the back garden and he let her in. She looked at him and said, "You read the whole thing?" "Yes." "What do you know now that you didn't before?" "My father's full name. That he built the charm in the last 2 months of his life. That the ministry knows about it. That it's been classified as conspicuous." Harry paused. "And that the headmaster has a discretionary hold on my file, which means Dumbledore's been actively deciding what information gets seen by who." She sat down on the garden bench without being invited, the way she did when she'd been on her feet too long, and she looked at the runner beans. "He's not a bad man," she said. "I want you to know that. I didn't say he was. You implied something fairly pointed about him controlling information." "That's just a fact," Harry said. He sat down on the grass near her feet. "He put me here for a reason. He watches me through you. He's been deciding what I should and shouldn't know. Those are facts. They don't tell me if he's bad or not. They just tell me he's managing something." He picked a blade of grass. "What is he managing?" She looked at the sky. "You understand that you survived something, when you were 1. The envelope said credible lethal threat. "More than a threat," she said. "There was a man. Is, possibly, nobody's certain, which is part of the problem. He was, you know what wizards are, Harry. Your father was a wizard. Your mother. Dumbledore." "I'd assumed," Harry said. "This man was one too. The most powerful one in living memory, some said. He decided, starting about 25 years before your birth, that some people, Muggle-born wizards, people without magic, people he decided weren't worth the world's time, that they didn't deserve to live in the world as they were. And he spent a long time making his opinion into everyone else's reality by force." Harry said nothing. "Your parents fought against him," Arabella said. "A lot of people did. And then on October the 31st, 1981, he came to your house in Godric's Hollow. And he killed your father, and he killed your mother, and then he tried to kill you." The garden was very quiet. A bee moved through the runner beans. "And it didn't work," Harry said. "No. Whatever happened, nobody entirely understands it, including Dumbledore, which is not a common condition for him. It didn't work. The curse came back. He was destroyed, or nearly destroyed, or," she spread her hands. "Nobody knows. He's gone, but gone is a complicated word in the magical world." Harry sat on the grass of Number Four's back garden and thought about this. He thought about the charm, about his father building it in September and October of 1981, in the 2 months before the end of October, knowing something was coming for all of them. Winding it into his infant son like a watch that would run for as long as Harry needed it to. Did he know the charm would do it? Harry said. "Stop the killing curse." "We don't know that it did," Arabella said carefully. "We don't know what stopped it. Your mother, she stopped. Your mother stayed. She didn't have to. When he came. She could have, there were things she could have done. She stayed. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, both of them. Yes, she said. Both of them. The warmth in his chest was steady and deep, like a fire that's been burning long enough to have good coals, and Harry sat in the garden and let it be there and didn't try to say anything about it, because some things don't need words, especially when you're 5 and the words aren't big enough yet for what you're holding. After a while he said, "What does Dumbledore want me to be?" She looked at him sharply. "When I'm older," Harry said. "He put me here for a reason. He's managing me. What does he want me to become?" Arabella was quiet for a long time. "Ready," she said at last. "He wants you to be ready. For the man who isn't entirely gone. For if and when he comes back." She looked at Harry. "He wants you to be the answer." Harry looked at the runner beans. "Okay," he said. "Okay. Okay as in I understand. Not okay as in I'll do whatever he plans." Harry stood up and dusted the grass off his knees. "I'll be ready. That part sounds right. But I'm going to be ready in my own way." He looked at her. "You'll tell him that?" Arabella Figg looked at Harry Potter, 5 years old, with his father's photograph in his pocket and his mother's stubbornness in his face and a piece of old magic in his chest that had been set there by a dead man's love. "I'll tell him," she said. "I'll tell him exactly that." That night, for the first time, Harry dreamed of Godric's Hollow. Not the end of it, not the part everyone talked about in hushed voices, the part the magical world had turned into a kind of mythology. He dreamed of before it. He dreamed, or remembered, because the line between the two was thin in ways he was too young to articulate, a house with yellow light in the windows, and a man with dark messy hair sitting on the floor of a small room with a baby in his lap, and the man was doing something with his hands over the baby's chest, carefully, the way you tune something delicate, something irreplaceable. And the man looked up in the dream, directly at Harry who was watching, and he smiled. He had round glasses and they were slightly crooked and his hair went in all the same directions it went in the photograph, and he smiled like a man who was frightened in doing this anyway, and he said, without speaking, without moving his mouth, in a way that came through the warmth directly, "Knew you'd figure it out." Harry woke up in the cupboard in the dark and lay very still. Then he smiled at the underside of the stairs. "Yeah," he said, quietly, to the warmth, to the dark, to the 31 by 54-inch world that was going to be, he now understood absolutely, much much smaller than what came next. "I did." Outside, Privet Drive was silent and suburban and ordinary. In 2 houses, the ministry monitoring owl was perched on Arabella Figg's kitchen windowsill, waiting for morning. In his office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was still awake, reading and rereading Arabella's latest letter, and the candle on his desk burned low. And at Number 4, in the cupboard under the stairs, Harry Potter lay with his father's photograph on the pillow beside him and the summer night pressing warm through the crack under the door, and he was not afraid of a single thing in the world. Chapter 3, The Man in the Photographs. The attic at Number 4, Privet Drive had not been properly opened in 6 years. Harry knew this because the hatch in the upstairs landing ceiling had a layer of dust on the frame that was serious and undisturbed, and because when he pressed his fingers to it on a Tuesday morning in late August, the summer winding down now, the air losing its edge, Dudley back to school shopping with Petunia and Vernon at work, the dust came away in one clean line where his fingers had been, like writing. He had no reason to think there was anything up there. Except that the warmth had brought him here. Not dramatically, it hadn't pulled him up the stairs or filled his head with instruction. It had just been, for the past 3 days, slightly more present in the direction of the ceiling. Pointing, in the vague, unhurried way it did everything, upward. Harry looked at the hatch. He was 5 years and 9 months old and the hatch was 7 feet off the ground. He dragged Dudley's old step stool from the bathroom and stood on it and still couldn't reach. He went to the airing cupboard and found the wooden box Vernon used when he changed ceiling bulbs and stood on that instead and got his fingers around the hatch handle and pulled. It swung down on its hinges and a folding loft ladder came with it, the kind that extends in sections. It hit the step stool and knocked it sideways and Harry caught the ladder and held on while the stool clattered away, hanging for a moment by his arms with the ladder swinging, before he got his feet up and started climbing. The attic smelled of old wood and heat and something faintly chemical, insulation foam, maybe, or the particular smell of stored things that haven't been touched. The light was dim, one small window at the far end thick with grime. Harry stood at the top of the ladder and waited for his eyes to adjust. Boxes. Dudley's old things, mostly, broken toys, outgrown clothes in bin bags, a tricycle with a bent wheel. Vernon's university files in brown boxes labeled with years. Petunia's spare china wrapped in newspaper. The ordinary accumulated sediment of an ordinary family's life. Harry moved carefully between the boxes, watching his footing on the joists. The warmth pulled him toward the far end, past the china, past two broken floor lamps someone had been meaning to throw away. Behind a stack of Vernon's old files, pushed back against the eave wall where the roof came down to the floor, was a small wooden chest. It didn't look magical. It didn't glow or hum or do anything cinematic. It was just a chest, about the size of a large shoebox, dark wood, the kind of thing you'd find in a charity shop. But it had a quality of deliberateness about it, someone had put it exactly there, exactly this far back, arranged Vernon's files in front of it with just enough intention that it wasn't obvious but wasn't random either. Harry crouched in front of it. There was no lock. The lid lifted on a simple brass hinge. Inside, wrapped in a cloth that had once been soft and was now just dry and slightly stiff, were letters. Not one or two. A stack of them, tied with a piece of string, the envelopes cream-colored, the handwriting on the front of the top one a messy, forward-leaning hand that Harry recognized immediately from the back of his photograph. He turned the top envelope over. No address. Just a name. Harry. He sat down on the joist and held the letters in his lap and the warmth in his chest was quiet, not gone, just still, the way it went still sometimes when something important was about to happen, like it was making space. He untied the string. The first letter was dated September 3, 1981. Harry was 3 weeks old. Harry, your mother is asleep and you are on my chest making a sound that I think is snoring, which at 3 weeks old is frankly impressive and possibly a Potter trait, because Sirius has accused me of the same thing for years and I've always denied it but you're very convincing evidence against me. I'm writing this because I need to write it. Not because you'll read it now, obviously. You're 3 weeks old and currently doing the snoring, but because there's going to be a time when you're old enough and I want there to be words for that time. From me to you. Real ones, not the ones people put in obituaries or speeches. Just mine. I'll start with the important thing, you are the best thing I have ever done. I don't mean that the way people mean it when they say it in greeting cards. I mean that I have done a great many things in my life, some of them actually good, some of them ambitious, several of them quite foolish, and none of them compare to the particular fact of you. You are 3 weeks old and you already look at the world like you're deciding what you think of it, and your mother says that's her stubborn streak but I'm choosing to believe it's mine as well. Harry stopped reading. He pressed the back of his hand against his mouth for a second. Then he kept going. There are things happening that I won't write down because writing them makes them more real and I don't want to spend tonight making them more real. What I'll say is that your mother and I are being careful. We are being very careful. And I have done some things, practical things, to make sure that careful is enough. One of those things is something very old that I've put in you, not in you exactly, more like alongside you, close enough that it'll always be there. I want you to know it's not a weapon, whatever anyone tells you later. It's a promise. It's me telling the world, this child is mine and if you touch him the world will answer. I learned the construction from a book in the restricted section that Peter Pettigrew's now convinced our library never had, since I may have mislaid it permanently after copying the relevant passages. Sorry, Hogwarts Library. Not sorry. The charm isn't subtle. Your mother pointed this out. I told her that subtlety wasn't exactly what I was going for. She looked at me for a long time and then said, "You impossible man," and then helped me with the last 3 equations because her arithmancy has always been better than mine. That's love, Harry. That's what it looks like. Remember that. Harry read the first letter twice. Then he set it carefully on the joist beside him and picked up the second. The letters were not in any kind of trouble. None of them were urgent or frightened or aware of what was coming. They were, all of them, the letters of a man who was doing what Petunia had said Lily did, deciding things and then living with them absolutely. James Potter had decided to be his son's father in full, on paper, in the months before he died, and he had done it with the same quality of commitment that Harry had felt in the warmth since the first day. The second letter was about Quidditch, of all things, a 3-page letter about the rules and the positions and why the chaser position was criminally undervalued, written in October 1981, which Harry now understood was the last month. The letter didn't know it was the last month. It was just enthusiastic about Quidditch. Seekers get all the glory, which is fine because glory isn't the point, but I want you to know that the real game is in the middle, between the chasers, and if you're anything like me you'll understand this when you're up there. There's nothing like it. There is absolutely nothing in the world like it, and if I get to see you on a broom before all this is done I'll be the most embarrassing person in any crowd, just so you know. Harry's mouth did something at the corner that wasn't quite a smile. The third letter was philosophy, which Harry understood only partly but read very carefully. People are going to want things from you, Harry. Probably before you understand what you are or what happened to you. The wizarding world, which I love for its absurdity and its beauty and also occasionally want to throw into the sea, has a tendency to turn people into symbols before they've had a chance to be people. I know a bit about this, because your mother and I were, not symbols, but, well, we were known. And knowing does things to people when they find out who you are. They layer things onto you before you open your mouth. Here is the only advice I can give you about that: be a person first. Be curious, be warm, be whoever you actually are, not who the story needs you to be. The symbol stuff will take care of itself. Symbols are resilient. People are harder to build and more worth it. Also, Sirius is your godfather, and if you've met him before reading this he has almost certainly already embarrassed you at least once. That's fine. That's him working correctly. Trust him with the real things. Harry stopped at the name. Sirius. He turned back to the first letter. James had mentioned him there, about the snoring. Sirius has accused me of the same thing for years. He went through the subsequent letters quickly, finding the name again. Third letter, fourth, sixth, Sirius was woven through all of them, mentioned with the easy frequency of someone who was simply always there in the background of James Potter's life, a constant. The sixth letter mentioned him directly. If I'm gone, I won't write it as a certainty because your mother will kill me for the phrasing, but if it happens, Sirius will look after you. I'd stake everything I have on Sirius. He's an idiot in every way that doesn't matter, and he's the most loyal person I've ever known in every way that does. He would lay down in front of a thestral for you and he wouldn't even complain about it. If you're reading this and I'm gone and you haven't found Sirius yet, find him. Harry held the letter. He looked at the attic around him, at the boxes of Vernon's files and Dudley's broken toys and the ordinary stored evidence of ordinary life. He thought, I haven't found Sirius. He thought, where is Sirius? The warmth in his chest did something that wasn't quite sadness and wasn't quite urgency. A low note, held. He set the letter down carefully. He went through the rest of the stack quickly, 15 letters total, the last dated October 28, 3 days before the end. The final one was the shortest. Harry, 3 things. 1, we love you. Everything we've done has been from that, and everything that happens is from that, and don't let anyone complicate that into something else. 2, the charm will take care of you when you need it. Trust it. It's made of the same stuff as the first thing. 3, your middle name is James. We named you after me, which your mother found both romantic and, insufferably vain, and I think she was right about both. You can make of that what you will. Dad. Harry sat in the attic of number 4 for a long time. He didn't cry. He sat with the letters in his lap and the heat of the roof close above him and the warmth in his chest steady as anything, and he thought about a man who had 2 months and used them like this, and he thought about the man's laugh in the photograph, and he thought about October 28th and what the 3 days after that had contained. Then he retied the letters with the string, put them back in the cloth, put the cloth back in the chest, and put the chest back exactly where it had been. He arranged Vernon's files in front of it again. He climbed back down the ladder, folded it back up, and swung the attic hatch closed. He went downstairs and put the step stool back in the bathroom. He went to the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water and drank it standing at the counter, looking at the garden. Then he went to find Petunia. She was in the sitting room with her address book, writing Christmas card lists in the particular advance planning way she had, and she looked up when Harry came in with an expression that was already preparing to redirect him elsewhere. Then she looked at him more carefully. "What happened?" she said. "I went in the attic," Harry said. Her pen stopped. "I found the chest," he said. "I read the letters." Petunia set the address book down on the cushion beside her. She was doing the controlled thing with her voice's edges again, and Harry watched her do it, and didn't rush her. "How did you get up there?" she said finally. "The step stool and the light bulb box." She looked at the window, at the garden. "I should have moved them," she said, in a voice that was talking to itself more than to him. "Did you know they were there?" A long pause. "Yes." "How long?" "Since the night you arrived." She smoothed the address book cover with one hand, flat, pressing. "Dumbledore brought you." "I opened the door and there he was with you in his arms and a letter, and he gave me a box as well. He said it was for you. He said to keep it until you were ready." Her jaw tightened. "I didn't want it in the house. I didn't want any of it in my house. But I couldn't." She stopped. Started again. "I put it in the attic." "Thank you for keeping it," Harry said. She looked at him then, directly, and there was something in her face that was working very hard not to be anything visible and was only partly succeeding. "Did you know my father?" Harry said. "I knew of him," she said, which was what she'd said about Diggle, and Harry recognized the distinction now. Petunia organized the world into what she'd touched and what she'd merely known about, and she kept them in different categories. Lily talked about him constantly, toward the end. She was very happy. The last 2 words came out with an effort that Harry could see. "She used to write to me, when they were in hiding. I didn't always write back." Harry sat down on the end of the sofa, not next to her, just in the same room, the same piece of furniture, close enough to be a choice. "Do you miss her?" he said. Petunia was quiet for the longest pause yet. The address book sat in her lap and her hands were still, and the afternoon sun came through the net curtains and made the room softer than it usually was. "I don't talk about that," she said. "I know," Harry said. "I'm not asking you to. I just wanted to know if it was true." She looked at her hands. "Yes," she said. Just that. The one word, which was the first entirely honest thing she had ever said to him, and it sat between them in the quiet room like something that had been waiting a long time to be set down. Harry nodded. He got up to leave, and she said, without looking up, "Sirius Black is in Azkaban." Harry stopped. "He was your godfather. James's best friend." Her voice was back to flat, controlled, the edges held in. "He betrayed your parents. He told the man where they were hiding. And then he killed 12 people in the street, including the one who," she stopped. "He's been in Azkaban since the night it happened. The night you came here." Harry stood in the sitting room doorway and thought about the 6th letter. "I'd stake everything I have on Sirius. If you're reading this and I'm gone and you haven't found Sirius yet, find him. He thought about his father writing those words 3 days before the end. He thought about not knowing. Did my father know? Harry said. Know what? That Sirius had. No, Petunia said. Obviously not. Harry stood in the doorway. I see, he said. Quietly. He wasn't performing anything, no drama, no visible grief. He was just processing, the way he processed things, straight on and without flinching. His father had loved someone who had then done that. That was a fact. Facts didn't need a reaction, they needed to be understood. What he felt, more than anything, was something for his father. For the man who had written about trust in the 6th letter, 3 days before the man he trusted, the warmth in his chest went very still. Not gone. Still. Like it was listening. Vernon came home at 6 to find Harry sitting at the kitchen table with the animal encyclopedia, which was unremarkable, and Petunia at the stove in a silence that was slightly different from the usual kitchen silence, which Vernon noticed the way he noticed most things, not consciously, but in the way that it made him slightly less loud when he came through the door, set his briefcase down with slightly less force, greeted nobody with slightly less volume. Dinner was made and served. Dudley came downstairs. The Dursley evening routine ran its usual course. Harry ate and watched his aunt across the table and thought about the word yes and what it had cost her, and thought that whatever she was or wasn't, she had kept the box. She had put it in the attic instead of burning it or giving it away or losing it in one of the many ways people lose inconvenient things. She had put it there and not moved it. That was something. It was a small something, and it was also, if you'd been keeping track as long as Harry had, enormous. Dudley kicked him under the table, which was habitual and mostly thoughtless. The charm considered this briefly and elected to do nothing. Harry raised an eyebrow at this, or felt like he did. The warmth seemed to have developed opinions about proportionality that were more nuanced than the simple reflexes of 3 weeks ago. A kick under the table from a bored cousin was below the threshold, apparently. He looked across at Dudley. You kicked me, Harry said. Dudley looked at him. Don't, Harry said. Simple. Conversational. The way you'd say don't to someone you were relatively certain was going to listen. Vernon's fork paused halfway to his mouth. He looked at Harry with the particular attention of a man who had revised his understanding of the balance of power at this table and had not yet stopped revising it. Dudley looked between Harry and his father. He did not kick Harry again. Vernon put his fork down. Boy, he said, which was how most conversations with Vernon that Harry didn't want to have began. Vernon, Petunia said, in a tone she had deployed exactly once before at the start of all this, the tone that meant not tonight. Vernon looked at his wife. He looked at Harry. He looked at the wall behind Harry's head, which was less confrontational and apparently easier. Pass the salt, he said, to nobody in particular. Harry passed the salt. That night the dream came back, but different. It was Godric's Hollow again, the yellow-lit windows, but this time Harry was inside, and the house was real around him, wood floors, a staircase, a kitchen table with 2 mugs. He was not a baby in this dream. He was himself, as he was now, and he walked through the house the way you walk through dream places, certain in his feet even when he wasn't certain of direction. He found the front room. His father wasn't there. His mother was. She was sitting in a chair by the window and she was reading, and the lamp beside her made her red hair look like something that had caught light, and she looked up when Harry came in and she did not look surprised to see him. She looked at him for a long moment. You've got his nose, she said. Everyone always says that and it's completely true and I find it incredibly funny. Harry stood in the doorway of the dream room. You read his letters, she said. Yes, Harry said. He wrote them mostly at night, when you were sleeping. He sat in this room. She looked around it. He was very proud of himself for the 3rd letter. He kept reading bits of it out to me. The part about being a person first. He was quite pleased with that one. She looked back at Harry. He should have been. It's true. What about Sirius? Harry said. Her face did something quick and private. What about him? Did he do it? She was quiet for a moment. That's the question everybody asked afterward and then stopped asking because the answer seemed obvious. She looked at the window, the dark outside it. I don't know, Harry. I don't know. What I know is what James knew, which is that the Sirius we knew wouldn't have. But people, she stopped. People surprise you, Harry said. Sometimes in terrible directions, she said. Yes. She looked at him again. You want to find out? Dad said to find him. Your dad wrote that before he knew. Her voice was careful, not dismissive. He wrote it in love and certainty, and I'm not going to tell you it wasn't true when he wrote it. But you should be careful. I'm always careful, Harry said. She looked at him with one eyebrow slightly raised. I'm careful in my own way, he amended. Yes, she said, and the corner of her mouth moved. That's definitely his nose, but that sentence was all me. Harry took one step into the room. He wanted to cross to her, wanted to sit beside the lamp, wanted a great many things that didn't fit into the available space of a 5-year-old's vocabulary. He was aware of this, of the gap between what he felt and what he had words for, and he didn't try to bridge it with anything wrong. I miss you, he said. Which was technically inaccurate, because you couldn't miss someone you'd never had. But it was the only word that fit. She looked at him with her bright eyes and said, gently, I know. I miss you too. Is this just a dream? Harry said. Or is this, does it matter, she said. He thought about it. No, he said. Good. She looked back at her book. You should sleep. Real sleep, not this kind. You've got growing up to do and it's going to be interesting. What's coming? Harry said. Letters, she said. Complications. A school. Some extremely difficult people and some extraordinary ones. She looked at him over the top of whatever she was reading. And before any of that, you're going to ask Arabella Figg a question she doesn't know how to answer. What question? She smiled. You'll know it when it's time. Morning came gray and slightly damp, September settling in over the street. Harry lay in the cupboard and thought about the dream and then put it away in the same place he put the letters, not forgotten, not constantly examined, just kept. He got up and made himself useful, because being useful was how he avoided the kind of boredom that made time feel wrong, and because Petunia left better breakfasts for him on days when he'd done something without being asked. He was sweeping the kitchen when Arabella Figg knocked on the door. She came through to the kitchen this time, which was new. Petunia let her in and pointed at the kitchen and went to attend to Dudley's school bag, and Arabella sat at the kitchen table and watched Harry sweep and didn't say anything immediately. You've been in the attic, she said. Harry looked at her. How did you know? Because you're looking at me differently. She folded her hands on the table. What did you find? Letters, he said. From my father. He swept the pile of dust toward the door. He wrote them before he died. 15 of them. She was quiet. He mentioned Sirius Black, Harry said. Specifically. In several of them. In the way you mention someone who is simply, always there. Who you trust completely. Harry, Petunia told me he's in Azkaban. Harry set the broom against the wall and turned to face her. She said he betrayed my parents. That he told Voldemort where they were. She flinched at the name, almost everyone did, Harry had noticed, and he filed this as information about the world rather than something to imitate. That's what the record says, Arabella said carefully. The record, Harry said. The official record. Harry pulled out the chair across from her and sat down and looked at her the way he'd learned to look at adults when he needed them to understand he was actually asking a question and not just making conversation. Was there a trial? He said. The kitchen was very quiet. Arabella Figg looked at him across the table and he watched her face do several things in sequence. The first was the habitual instinct to redirect, to say you're too young or that's not something for, but that died quickly because she had clearly given up that particular approach to Harry. The second was something more uncomfortable, a specific kind of discomfort that Harry was learning to read as the answer to this question is not what it should be. Was there? He said again. No, she said. There wasn't. Harry sat with that. He was taken from the scene, she said, slowly, like she was taking the thing apart to look at it herself. There were 12 Muggles dead. Pettigrew was dead, or, she stopped. They took Black to Azkaban. It was a war. It had just ended. There were dozens of Death Eaters to process, people to find, the shock of what had happened in Godric's Hollow. She looked at her hands. It was chaos. And Black was laughing when they took him. Standing in the street over the bodies, laughing. It looked like a man who was guilty, Harry said. Or a man who had just seen everything he loved destroyed in 24 hours, she said quietly. Those can look the same. Harry looked at the kitchen window. The morning was coming in grey and flat. He's been there since the night it happened, Harry said. Since I was 1. 5 years. Yes. Without a trial. Yes. Harry looked back at her. That's not right. No, she said. It isn't. You know it isn't. Yes. And Dumbledore knows. She was quiet for a moment longer than felt like nothing. Dumbledore operates under assumptions that, she stopped. Started again. He assumes Black is guilty because of what happened. Because Pettigrew is gone, because 12 Muggles died, because Black was, laughing, Harry said. You said that. But that's not evidence. That's just what it looked like. Arabella Figg looked at Harry Potter sitting at Petunia Dursley's kitchen table at 6 years old with his father's letters in the attic above him and his father's charm steady in his chest, and she looked at him for a long time. No, she said. It isn't evidence. It's just what everyone agreed to see. My father said to find him, Harry said. In the letters. He said to trust him with the real things. He wrote that 3 days before the end, he didn't know yet. I know. So either my father was completely wrong about the person he was closest to in the world, or Sirius Black is innocent, Arabella said. The word innocent sat between them in Petunia's kitchen and the morning came in grey through the window and neither of them said anything for a while. Then Harry said, that's the question, isn't it? That's what you meant yesterday. The question you didn't know I was going to ask. She looked at him sharply. What? My mother, Harry said, and then stopped, because he couldn't explain the dream without it sounding like nothing. I had a feeling, he said instead. That there was a question you wouldn't know how to answer. And that's it. She stared at him. Then she looked at the ceiling, at the attic above, and then back at him. What do you want to do? She said. Nothing yet, Harry said. I'm 5. 6 in January. He folded his arms on the table. But when I'm old enough, when I'm in the magical world, when I have access to things, I'm going to find out what actually happened. That could be dangerous. I know. He looked at her. Will you look into it? Before then? Not openly. Just, see what you can find. Arabella Figg looked at him with the expression she always had when she'd come to visit a child and been confronted with whatever Harry was instead, not quite exasperated, not quite in awe. Somewhere in between, leaning toward fond. Your father, she said, had this quality of making you feel like you'd already agreed to the thing before he'd finished asking. I'll take that, Harry said. She stood up. I'll see what I can find. She pushed her chair in. Don't do anything I'll have to write letters about. I'm just sweeping, Harry said. She looked at the broom against the wall and then at him and said nothing, which was its own kind of answer, and let herself out. Harry went back to sweeping. The warmth in his chest was quiet, and even as the morning moved through its paces, Dudley came down, Vernon left, Petunia organized the day with her usual precision. The ordinary machinery of Number 4 ran itself. At some point in the mid-morning, Harry went back to the cupboard and took out the dragon book, the one Petunia had given him from the jumble sale, and sat on his mattress and read it for the fourth time, because it was a good book and the dragon in it was a specific and interesting dragon who made choices for reasons that were entirely her own. He thought about letters and attics and a laughing man being taken to a prison. He thought about his father writing about trust 3 days before everything ended. He thought about what it would mean if Sirius Black was innocent, 5 years in a place that Arabella went pale when she mentioned, 5 years without a trial, based on what things looked like rather than what they were. He thought about the charm, how it worked. Proportional. Direct. Responsive to what actually happened, not to what people decided had happened. He thought, the world needs more of that. He thought, that's what Dad was building. Not just for me. A principle. A way of thinking about justice. He lay back on his mattress and held the dragon book against his chest and listened to the house around him, Petunia's footsteps, the postman at the door, a car on the street. 31 inches wide. 54 inches long. He looked at the underside of the stairs. 5 more years, he said, to the warmth, to his father's letters in the attic, to the letter that was coming when he was old enough. Then everything. The warmth pulsed once, warm and certain as a hand on your shoulder in the dark. 5 more years, it said without words. And then everything. Chapter 4, Platform 9 and the wrong kind of famous. The letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. Not the morning of, it came at 7 in the evening, while the Dursleys were eating the birthday cake that was technically Dudley's, since Dudley's birthday had been in June and there was leftover cake in the freezer and Petunia had quietly defrosted it and put it on the table without specifying whose occasion it was. Vernon was watching television in the next room. Dudley was on the phone. Petunia was doing the washing up. The owl came through the kitchen window, a tawny one, large and deliberate, the kind of owl that had been given an address and intended to deliver, and it landed on the kitchen table and held out its leg and waited. Harry untied the envelope. It was thick, cream-colored, his name on the front in green ink. Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He turned it over. The Hogwarts seal on the back, purple wax, a badger and a snake and a lion and an eagle around a large H. He looked at the address again. The Cupboard Under the Stairs. He thought about someone knowing exactly where he slept and deciding that was fine, that was the appropriate situation for the boy, and he filed this thought away under things to revisit later because right now he had a letter to read. He opened it. The standard admissions letter was unremarkable. He'd been expecting it for 5 years. He read it once, confirmed the details, September the 1st, King's Cross, Platform 9 3/4, the list of required equipment, and set it on the table. Then he looked at the second piece of parchment that had been folded inside. This one was not standard. Harry, I expect by now you know rather more about the wizarding world than I intended for you to know at this stage. Arabella Figg is both a reliable correspondent and entirely too honest, which is a combination I have found consistently inconvenient over many years of working with her. I would like to meet with you before September the 1st, if you are willing. There is much to discuss and I would prefer to discuss it in person rather than through intermediaries, however honest they may be. I will be at the Leaky Cauldron in London on the 15th of July at 2 in the afternoon. I'll also arrange for your school supplies to be purchased, as the Dursleys will not. I hope this letter finds you well. Albus Dumbledore. P.S. Your father's charm is an impressive piece of ancient magic. He was an exceptional wizard and he clearly loved you very much. Harry read the postscript twice. Then he folded the letter and put both pieces back in the envelope and put the envelope in his shirt pocket and sat with his hand pressed flat on the table. Petunia had stopped washing up. He looked up and found her standing at the sink watching him with her hands wrapped in the dish towel. It came, she said. Yes. She looked at the owl, which had helped itself to a piece of birthday cake and appeared satisfied. She looked at the Hogwarts seal on the envelope edge visible above his pocket. "He wants to meet," Harry said. Dumbledore. July the 15th. She unwrapped her hands from the towel. "I'll tell Vernon you're going to London for school shopping," she said. "That's all he needs to know." Harry looked at her. "You'll need clothes that fit," she said, turning back to the sink. "I'll take you to get them before the 15th. And a haircut. You're not meeting that man looking like you've been living under the stairs." A pause. "Which you have been, but—" "Thank you, Petunia," Harry said. She scrubbed a pot. "Don't thank me out loud," she said. "It makes it strange." The leaky cauldron was dim and warm and smelled like a pub that had been a pub for several centuries without once apologizing for it. Harry arrived at 1:55, because he was constitutionally incapable of being late for anything important, and he sat at a corner table and ordered a butterbeer from a barman who had a face like a walnut and took one look at Harry's scar and spilled half the glass before he got it to the table. Harry mopped it up with a napkin. By the time Dumbledore came through the door, Harry had already been smiled at by 3 witches who spotted the scar, had a man in purple robes actually bow in his direction, and had been told twice by the walnut-faced barman that the drink was on the house, absolutely on the house, wouldn't hear of anything else. He now understood what his father had meant in the 3rd letter, about being a symbol. About layers going on before you opened your mouth. Dumbledore was exactly what Harry had expected from the letters and slightly more than that. Very tall. Very old. Robes of deep blue with silver star patterns that were restrained for what Harry suspected was possible with those robes. Half-moon spectacles. A beard that was a commitment. Eyes that were blue and sharp and doing, right now, what Harry's did, taking in the room and specifically the person in front of it before settling. He settled across from Harry and looked at him for a moment without speaking. Harry looked back. "You're not nervous," Dumbledore said. "Should I be?" Harry said. The old man's mouth moved beneath his beard. "Most people are, somewhat, in their first meeting with me. I confess I've grown accustomed to it." "I've been reading about you since I was 7, Harry said. "Arabella has a comprehensive library. You defeated Grindelwald in 1945, you're generally considered the greatest living wizard, and you've been managing my situation for 10 years without once asking what I thought about it." He took a drink of his butterbeer. "I've got questions, not nerves." Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was doing several things simultaneously. There was something in it that was surprise, but underneath that, and Harry caught this, filed it, something that looked very much like relief. "Then let's begin with your questions," the old man said. "I find I've earned them." Harry put his butterbeer down. "Sirius Black," he said. A pause. "A real one." "Your father mentioned him," Dumbledore said. "Not a question. In 6 of the 15 letters. He trusted him completely." Harry looked at the old man. "Was there a trial?" "No," Dumbledore said. He said it plainly, without deflection, which Harry had not entirely expected. There was not. It was a failure of the system at a moment when the system was failing everywhere, and I will not insult you by offering excuses for it. Do you think he's guilty?" Dumbledore was quiet for longer than felt comfortable. "I thought so," he said finally. "For a long time I thought so without examining why I thought so, which is a habit of certainty that I am still, at 110, working to correct. What I believed I saw and what I can evidence are," he looked at his hands on the table, "not the same thing." "So you don't know," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore said. "I don't know." Harry nodded. "Then that needs to be fixed. When I'm at Hogwarts, eventually. A trial. An actual trial." "Azkaban's prisoners are not easily revisited," Dumbledore said. "The political will, then the political will needs to change," Harry said, not unkindly, just plainly. "My father loved him. My father wrote about him 3 days before he died. If there's a chance he's innocent, then 5 years is already catastrophic, and another 7 waiting for me to graduate Hogwarts is worse. He looked at the old man. I'm not telling you to do it tomorrow. I'm telling you I want it on the list. Dumbledore looked at him. Your father, he said slowly, had this exact quality of stating the shape of things and then looking at you until you confirmed you'd seen the same shape. I'll take that, Harry said. What else did you want to discuss? They spent 2 hours at the Leaky Cauldron and then another hour walking through Diagon Alley, and Harry received his first proper look at the magical world, and it was, he thought, extremely itself. Everything was vivid in a way that felt like the world was not bothering to modulate. The shops were specific and committed to their purposes. The people moved with the energy of people who had always inhabited a world where extraordinary things were ordinary. An owl swooped overhead carrying a parcel. A child his age rode a racing broom 6 inches off the ground outside Quality Quidditch Supplies, supervised loosely by a father who was mostly looking at the brooms in the window. Harry stopped outside the Quidditch shop. He thought about his father's letter. There's nothing like it. There is absolutely nothing in the world like it. We'll come back, Dumbledore said mildly. I know, Harry said. I just wanted to look. They went to Gringotts, where Harry met his vault and was introduced to the concept of having, as it turned out, quite a lot of money. He was measured for his wand at Ollivander's, which took 45 minutes because his wand was apparently selective. He went through 27 before the 28th, 11 inches, holly with a phoenix feather core, made the air in the shop go very still and warm the way it did in his chest, and Ollivander looked at Harry over the box with an expression Harry was becoming familiar with, the recalibration expression, and said in a low voice that the phoenix whose feather was in Harry's wand had given only one other. Voldemort's, Harry said. Ollivander blinked. Most people don't, I know, Harry said. It's interesting, isn't it? Ollivander looked at the wand in Harry's hand and then at Harry. Most interesting, he said. Yes. At the bookshop Harry bought his school books and then 3 additional ones that were not on the list, an introduction to ancient magical theory, a history of blood magic constructs, and a thin volume on wizarding law and the rights of the accused that he found in the back shelves. Dumbledore watched him add these to the pile without comment. At the robe shop Harry was measured by a witch with quick hands who kept saying things under her breath about bone structure, and Dumbledore sat in the chair and watched the street through the window in the comfortable way of a very old man who has learned to rest efficiently. Quirinus Quirrell will be teaching defense against the dark arts this year, Dumbledore said, apparently to the window. What was he before? Harry said, from inside a half-finished set of school robes. A professor of Muggle studies. A competent academic. He took a sabbatical last year to get direct experience of the field. A pause. He came back changed. Changed how? Nervous, Dumbledore said. He was always somewhat timid, but this is a different quality. I haven't determined what he encountered. Harry considered the fact that the headmaster of Hogwarts was telling him this, which was its own interesting piece of information. Either Dumbledore was sharing it because he'd decided Harry was worth trusting with operational details, or because he thought Harry might notice something a trained adult hadn't. Or both. I'll pay attention, Harry said. I'd appreciate that, Dumbledore said. When they left the robe shop and the afternoon had gone gold over Diagon Alley, Dumbledore stopped at the street and looked down at Harry in the particular way he'd been looking at him all afternoon, that same undercurrent of relief that Harry had caught early. I owe you an apology, Dumbledore said. Harry waited. I placed you somewhere that caused you harm because it served a larger purpose I believed in completely, the old man said. I believed the blood protection required your mother's family's house, and I was not wrong about that. But I did not consider sufficiently what your life inside that house would be. I assumed. He looked at the street. I assumed that ordinary unhappiness would be manageable and that the charm your father built would not be needed, and I was wrong on both counts. Yes, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. You were wrong, Harry said. But you're telling me, which is something. And the charm worked, so. He picked up his book bag. I don't need the apology. I need you to make decisions about me with me in them, not around me. The old man was quiet. Can you do that? Harry said. I will endeavor to, Dumbledore said, and he sounded, for a moment, like a man who was genuinely trying. The 1st of September arrived with the specific combination of chaos and weather that suggests England had personal feelings about the occasion. Harry got to King's Cross at 10:30 with everything packed and had half an hour to wait, which he spent sitting on his trunk and reading the Introduction to Ancient Magical Theory. He was wearing actual clothes that fit. Petunia had taken him to the shops in mid-July, a mission conducted in near-complete silence, and she had bought him good quality things without being asked to, matter-of-factly, the way she had been increasingly doing things for him without acknowledging that she was doing them. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 he walked through without ceremony. He'd read about it and the doing of it was exactly like the reading had suggested, a slightly odd sensation, a moment where the world went thin, and then the scarlet engine and the steam and the noise of platform 9 3/4 opened up around him. He stopped. It was loud and chaotic in the specific way of a place full of children who were excited and parents who were managing things and owls who had opinions about both. Steam from the engine drifted in long white trails. Someone was trying to get a cat back in a basket. 2 red-headed boys that Harry guessed were twins were doing something near the front of the train that was making a woman with extraordinary amounts of red hair wave her arms at them. The warmth in his chest was, interested. That was the only word. It moved outward slightly, like attention turning. Harry was watching the twins and their mother when a voice said, right next to him, have you done this before? Going through the barrier? He turned. A girl his age. Brown hair, bright eyes, a slight breathlessness that suggested she had been researching this moment and wanted it to go well. She had a book under one arm and had been holding it the whole time she'd been on the platform, Harry suspected. Once, Harry said. Briefly. You. First time, she said. I've read about it extensively. The Hogwarts Express has been running since 1830, which is remarkable when you think about the engineering involved at the time. Are you Muggle-born? Half, Harry said. My mother was Muggle-born. My father was a wizard. Mine are both dentists, she said. Neither of them quite knew what to do with a letter from an owl. I'm Hermione Granger. Harry Potter, Harry said. She looked at him. She looked at his forehead. Then she looked back at his face with the specific expression of someone who had clearly read about him and was now deciding how to reconcile the reading with the reality. I've read about you, she said. I know, he said. What did it say? That you survived a killing curse at age 1 and that nobody knows exactly how. She was direct about it, which he appreciated. The books are somewhat vague. There's a lot of reverence in the way it's written. Not much information. That's accurate, Harry said. Do you want to find a compartment? They found one near the middle of the train, and by the time the engine began to move they had been joined by a boy with red hair and freckles who came in with a smudge of something on his nose and looked at Harry and did the same forehead-to-face recalibration that Hermione had done, but with more visible feeling. Are you really Harry Potter? He said. Yes, Harry said. I'm Ron Weasley. He sat down. My brothers said, my twin brothers, Fred and George, they said they saw you on the platform. They were going to come and find you themselves but Mom, he made an expressive gesture that conveyed the full weight of a mother's opinion. She told them to leave you alone. I appreciate that, Harry said. Your mother seems like someone you don't argue with effectively. Ron grinned, suddenly and entirely. Nobody argues with Mum effectively. Not even Dad, and he's been trying for 20 years. He looked at Harry. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? I don't know. Something more, I don't know. Famous. I am famous, Harry said, I just don't know why that would change what I look like. Ron opened his mouth, seemed to consider whether this was a joke, and then laughed. It was a genuine, uncomplicated laugh, and Harry decided immediately that he liked Ron Weasley. Hermione had been watching this exchange with the focused attention she appeared to apply to everything. "What house do you think you'll be in?" she said. "I don't know exactly," Harry said. "What about you?" "Gryffindor, I hope. It's supposed to be the bravest house. Though I think the definition of bravery can be quite nuanced." She straightened the book in her lap. "The books say your father was Gryffindor." "He was," Harry said. "And my mother." "My whole family's Gryffindor," Ron said. "All of them. Back generations. Mum would have feelings if I wasn't." They talked through the afternoon, the train cutting north through England, the landscape going from London grey to actually green, and the trolley came and Harry bought things he'd never had before, chocolate frogs and every flavour beans and a cauldron cake, and shared them without being asked to, because that seemed like the obvious thing to do, and Ron ate with the enthusiasm of someone who had 6 siblings and had learned to be fast about food. At some point Ron said, "Can I ask about your scar?" "The scar itself or what gave it to me?" "Either." "Both." "The scar doesn't hurt," Harry said. "It's just there. What gave it to me is a longer conversation that I only partly know the answer to." He looked out the window. "What I know is that someone tried to kill me and it didn't work and nobody entirely understands why. And that my parents died stopping it." Ron was quiet. "I'm sorry," he said. "About your parents." "Thank you," Harry said. And he meant it, because Ron said it the way you said things when you actually felt them rather than the way you said them when they were expected. Hermione looked at Harry carefully. "The books say there's a prophecy," she said. "About you and him." "You know who?" "Voldemort," Harry said. Both of them did the flinch. "You can say it," Harry said. "He's not dead and he's not in this compartment. Just a name." "How are you so calm about it?" Ron said. Harry thought about this genuinely. He thought about the warmth in his chest, the thing his father made, the thing that had been answering for him since he was 5. He thought about the letters and the attic and the photograph in his pocket and 5 years of slowly and steadily understanding what he was and what he had. "Because being afraid of it doesn't make it smaller," he said. "It just makes you smaller." Ron and Hermione both looked at him. "My father wrote that," Harry said. "Sort of. Not exactly. But that was the idea." They arrived at Hogsmeade Station in the dark and the boats took them across the lake to the castle, which Harry saw first as lit windows through the dark and then as the full extraordinary reality of it when they rounded a bend in the lake. It was, frankly, massive, in a way that felt deliberate, and Harry looked up at it from the boat and felt the warmth in his chest spread outward in a way it only did when something significant was about to happen. Ron, beside him, said, every year my brothers describe it, and you still," and didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. Hermione was doing the look of someone who had read extensive descriptions and was now verifying them against reality and finding the reality was winning. The Great Hall was everything the books had suggested, the enchanted ceiling showing the cloudy night sky, the 4 long tables, the hundreds of students, the teachers at the high table. Harry found Dumbledore when he came in and Dumbledore gave him the smallest possible nod, barely a movement, which Harry returned. He found Quirrell as well. Quirrell was at the end of the high table, thin-faced, wearing a purple turban that appeared to be trying to do several things at once and succeeding at none of them. He was looking at the first years filing in. He was looking, specifically, at Harry, with a fixed attention that lasted 3 full seconds before he appeared to realize he was doing it and looked away. The turban twitched. Harry looked at the back of Quirrell's head and the warmth in his chest did something new, not the defensive pulse it gave near the Dursleys, not the interested warmth it gave at platform 9 3/4. Something quieter. Watchful. The way it had been when Arabella first told him there were people with agendas. He filed this away. Professor McGonagall brought the sorting hat on its stool and the hat sang its song, which Harry listened to attentively because the map of the houses seemed worth understanding properly before he was in one. Brave, loyal, wise, ambitious, broad categories, all of them. The interesting thing was the hats sorted by potential as much as existing traits, or so the description implied. Not what you were yet but what you could be. The sorting began. Names called alphabetically. Harry watched each student sit on the stool and watched the hats' deliberation times. Some were nearly instant, some took a minute or more. He watched the tables react to each addition. He catalogued the teacher's expressions when particular students were sorted. He noticed that Dumbledore watched everyone sorted but spent an extra moment on 3 students that Harry couldn't yet identify the significance of. Potter, Harry. The great hall went quiet. Not fell quiet, went quiet, the way a room does when something happens that everyone was anticipating without fully believing it was actually going to happen. Harry walked to the stool and sat down and picked up the hat himself rather than waiting for McGonagall to place it, because it was a hat and you put on hats. The hat slid down over his eyes. Darkness. Then a voice, dry and old and entirely inside his head, "Well, you're not what I expected either." Everyone says that, Harry thought back. Do they? I've been sorting students for 1,000 years and I can tell you that having a direct conversation with the inside of the hat is unusual. Yes. Most children just sort of wait. What would you like to know? Harry thought. A long pause, internal, the hat's equivalent of the walnut barman and the forehead-to-face recalibration. What do you want? The hat said. Harry thought about it. About the letters and the warmth and Sirius Black in Azkaban without a trial and Quirrell's turban and the symbol before person problem and Dumbledore's relief and Hermione's book and Ron's laugh. To understand things properly, he thought. And to fix what's wrong with them. Gryffindor would have you, the hat said. Your bravery is quite extraordinary even at 11. But there's something else, go on, Harry thought. A mind that doesn't rest, the hat said. Cunning isn't the right word for it because it's not calculating, it's curious. You're not playing a game, you're trying to understand the rules. A pause. Ravenclaw has excellent arguments. Where do I need to be? Harry thought. I beg your pardon. Not what I am. Where do I need to be? For the things I need to do. The hat was quiet for a long moment. Your father was Gryffindor, it said. Your mother was Gryffindor. The things you have inherited from them, both the charm in your chest and the qualities in your character, they are Gryffindor things at their core. Courage as a baseline. The assumption that you can walk toward the difficult thing. Then that's fine, Harry thought. One more thing, the hat said. The turban. I know, Harry thought. I saw. Be careful. I will. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry lifted the hat off his own head, set it neatly back on the stool, and walked to the table while the noise washed over him and the warmth in his chest did its interested outward thing and the hat on the stool behind him looked, as much as a hat could look, slightly amazed. He sat down and the table closed around him, people shaking his hand, people saying his name, the Weasley twins materializing from somewhere down the table with identical grins that he recognized immediately as the grins of people who were about to be either very funny or very dangerous. Harry Potter, said the one on the left, we're Fred and George. Fred and George, Harry said, you were doing something near the front of the train earlier that made your mother wave her arms. They looked at each other. We like him, said one. Definitely, said the other. Ron arrived and dropped into the seat beside Harry and Hermione sat across from them and the feast appeared on the tables and the noise of the great hall rose back to its full volume and Harry sat in the middle of all of it and ate roast chicken and thought about Quirrell's turban twitching and the 3-second stare and the warmth's new quiet watchfulness. He looked at the high table. Quirrell was not looking at him now. He was looking at his plate and eating carefully and the turban sat on his head and didn't move. Snape, 2 seats down, was looking at Harry with an expression Harry recognized without being able to name it yet, something old and painful and complicated that he was pressing down behind a controlled face. He had dark eyes and a particular stillness about him that suggested a man who was used to keeping things in. Harry met his gaze. Snape looked away first. Harry ate his roast chicken and thought about fathers and letters and what the year ahead was going to look like. The dormitory was a round room in Gryffindor Tower with 5 four-poster beds and a window that looked out over the grounds, and by midnight most of the others were asleep. Harry lay awake in the dark listening to the castle settle, old stone, old wood, old magic, all of it breathing together in a way that was not quite sound, not quite feeling, just presence. He thought about the hat's warning and Quirrell's stare. He thought about the third-floor corridor, which Dumbledore had mentioned at the feast with a pleasantness that was doing extra work, a very pleasant voice saying that a painful death awaited anyone who went there. Was a pleasantness that was actually instruction. Harry understood. There was something on the 3rd floor. He thought about what Dumbledore had said in the leaky cauldron, in the conversation they'd been building all afternoon. The old man had a way of offering information in shapes that let Harry see the outline of what he wasn't saying. He'd mentioned the 3rd floor's restricted corridor and the security measures therein as a fact about the school year, mentioned Quirrell's sabbatical, mentioned that certain objects of great power were safer at Hogwarts than elsewhere. 3 separate mentions, 3 separate conversations, but all pointing in the same direction. Something valuable. Something hidden. Something Dumbledore was watching. The warmth in his chest pulsed once, gently. Thinking. Harry looked at the ceiling of the four-poster. One thing at a time, he thought. First the school. Then the corridors. Then, because he was 11 and had been awake since 5:30 and had done a significant amount today even by his own standards, he slept. The warmth kept watch. Outside the dormitory window, the grounds of Hogwarts spread out in the dark under a cloud-covered sky, and the forbidden forest was a black mass at the edge of the world, and somewhere beneath them all the castle breathed its old deep breath, and Harry Potter was inside it and it knew him in the way old places know certain people, not by name but by quality, by the specific resonance of someone who belongs. Tomorrow there would be classes and Snape and the mystery of Quirrell's turban and the beginning of the long work of understanding everything. Tonight there was just the castle breathing and the warmth and sleep. That was enough. Chapter 5. What the Sorting Hat said. The first week of Hogwarts had a texture to it that Harry hadn't anticipated, not difficult exactly, but dense, the way the first pages of a new book were dense before you found the rhythm of the writer. Everything was new at the same time, which meant nothing could be fully processed before the next thing arrived. The staircases moved. This was a fact Harry had read about and understood intellectually and still found genuinely surprising the first time one shifted under him on the way to Transfiguration, depositing him on the 4th floor instead of the 3rd. He stood on the landing and looked at the staircase relocating itself with calm purpose and thought, right, that's a thing that happens, and found an alternate route. Ron had been less philosophical about it. He'd arrived at Charms 6 minutes late, pink-faced and slightly out of breath, and dropped into the seat next to Harry with an expression that suggested the staircases had done this personally to him. They moved, Ron said. Yes, Harry said. Both of them. There are 142, Harry said. Statistically, I don't want statistics, Ron said. I want staircases that go where I tell them. Hermione, on Harry's other side, had arrived 4 minutes early by accounting for staircase variability. She had mentioned this to them at breakfast with the specific brightness of someone who had worked something out and wanted credit for working it out. Harry had given her the credit. Ron had eaten more toast. The 3 of them had settled into a triangle that felt natural in the way natural things felt, not arranged, just there, like it had been waiting for them to notice it. Hermione brought organizational intensity and the ability to read a textbook at a pace that suggested she was storing it rather than just reading it. Ron brought an easy warmth and a knowledge of the wizarding world that was entirely practical and entirely unacademic. He didn't know the dates of the Goblin rebellions but he knew which portraits were friendly and which ones reported to McGonagall, and he knew the castle's shortcuts the way you knew things you'd grown up around. Harry brought whatever Harry brought. He was still working that out. The thing about Hogwarts in the first week was that classes were simultaneously more interesting than expected and less immediately useful. Charms was intricate and logical, Flitwick was small and enthusiastic and approached spellwork like a craft you built from precise foundations, and Harry found the precision satisfying in the way solving something was satisfying. Transfiguration was difficult in ways that were interesting, McGonagall's approach being that the theory and the practice were the same thing, and if you didn't understand why the spell worked you had no business doing it. History of Magic was Binns, who was a ghost, literally a ghost who had died at his desk and kept teaching without noticing, and the classes were delivered in a monotone that had a genuinely impressive range within the monotone. Astronomy was at midnight and the sky over Scotland in September was occasionally miraculous. And then there was potions. Snape's classroom was in the dungeons and it smelled of something chemical and old, and the jars on the shelves contained things that Harry catalogued on the way to his seat, things preserved in fluid, things dried and hanging, a collection that was clearly both pedagogical and personal. Snape himself was already at the front when they filed in, which suggested he had been there for some time, which suggested he used the classroom the way certain people used their offices, as the place that made most sense. He looked at them as they sat down. He had the stillness Harry had noticed at the feast, and it was, in the classroom, a teaching tool. The room went quiet faster than any of the others had, not because he asked it to but because the stillness demanded response. "Potter," he said. "Professor," Harry said. Something moved in Snape's expression. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry knew this. He'd read the first-year potions text cover to cover on the train. "Draught of living death," he said. "One of the most powerful sleeping potions known." A pause. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "Stomach of a goat. It counteracts most poisons." "The difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "There isn't one," Harry said. "They're the same plant. Also called aconite." Snape looked at him. Harry looked back. The room was very quiet. Harry was aware of the quality of the silence, the first years around him doing the calculation of whether watching this was safe, Hermione beside him with her hand half raised out of habit, Ron on the other side with the particular stillness of someone watching a thing they don't entirely understand. 5 points to Gryffindor, Snape said. The word seemed to cost him something. He turned to the board. Ron exhaled beside Harry. Harry hadn't noticed Ron holding his breath. The class proceeded and Snape was precise and sharp and demanding in ways that Harry found fair, even when he was being unkind about it. The knowledge was clearly real. The teaching method was aggressive but not arbitrary, he targeted imprecision, not people, even when the targeting felt personal. Harry watched him work and thought about his father's letters, which had mentioned Snape once, briefly. In the 4th letter, "There was a boy we were unkind to, when we were at school. Your mother was furious with me about it. I was young and thoughtless, and it's one of the things I'm least proud of." His name was Severus Snape, and if you meet him, he's a teacher there, or was, as of me writing this, be fair to him. Whatever he seems like, be fair. He loved your mother. Harry had sat with that letter for a long time. The last line had done something to him that was hard to name. He loved your mother. Not past tense romantically, just, as a fact, set down plainly. He watched Snape move through the dungeon classroom and thought about a boy who had been treated unkindly and the woman who had been furious about it, and how all of those things had become this, a man in black robes in a dungeon who had called on Harry Potter first and then given him 5 points like it was a small defeat. After class, in the corridor, Ron said, "He hated you at the start." "He was testing me," Harry said. "To make you fail," Ron said. "Maybe," Harry said. "But he gave the points." "Barely. Points are points." Hermione said, "He was looking at you the whole class. Not just at the start." "I know," Harry said. "Does that bother you?" Harry thought about his father's letter. Be fair to him. "Not particularly," he said. Defense against the dark arts was on Thursday afternoon and the classroom smelled of garlic, which Harry identified before he got through the door. Strong garlic, the deliberate, excessive garlic of someone who either had very specific dietary requirements or was keeping something away. Quirrell was already at the front, unwinding his turban, adjusting it, wrapping it more tightly with small nervous hands. He looked up when the class came in and his eyes went to Harry immediately, that same 3-second lock that Harry had clocked at the feast, and then away. "Gee, good afternoon," Quirrell said. His stutter was pronounced and genuine. Harry watched the muscles of his throat work around it, the way you watched someone's hands when they were doing something difficult. Please sit." They sat. Quirrell talked about vampires for 20 minutes, which was interesting enough as subject matter but delivered in a way that made it less interesting than it should have been. He lost his place twice. He dropped his notes. He made a joke that he abandoned halfway through when nobody laughed, and the abandonment was worse than the silence had been. Harry watched him. The turban moved. Not dramatically. Not visibly to anyone who wasn't watching specifically for it, a small shift, a slight adjustment as though something beneath it had settled. Quirrell touched it briefly with 2 fingers, a reflexive gesture, fast and then gone. The warmth in Harry's chest was doing its quiet watchful thing throughout, the way it had been in the Great Hall. Not defensive, not alarmed. Just, attending. Like a person listening to a conversation in another room who can't hear the words but knows the tone. After class, in the corridor, Harry said nothing to Ron or Hermione about it because he didn't have anything specific to say yet. He had an observation and a question and he needed more observation before the question became useful. He did say, "The garlic's interesting." Ron said, "It smells terrible." "Yes," Harry said. "That's the interesting part. Vampires don't actually require garlic. It's a Muggle myth with only loose magical basis. The textbook mentions it's derived from actual wards that use valerian, not garlic specifically. So why is the room full of it?" Hermione looked at him. "What are you saying?" "Nothing yet," Harry said. "Just thinking." Saturday morning was free and Harry went to the library. He had several things to look up and he approached the library the way he approached most problems, by determining what he knew, what he didn't know, and what the gap between those 2 things required. The library was large and well organized and the librarian, Madame Pants, watched him with the particular vigilance of a person who understood that the worst damage done to books was done by people who meant well. He found what he needed on Lex Talione's magic in a section near the back, not in the children's section or the general reference section but in the older shelves, the ones that smelled most strongly of the particular old book smell that Harry associated now with the attic and his father's chest. The books here were thicker and more serious and assumed you were asking real questions rather than looking for a quick answer. He sat at a table near the window with 3 books and read for 2 hours. The charm his father had built was, according to Ancient Constructs of Blood Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, one of the oldest classifications of protective enchantment in recorded magical history. The Lex Talionis tradition predated the Ministry, predated Hogwarts, predated most of the institutional magical world as currently configured. It came from a time when magical families protected their own through binding constructs rather than external law, because external law was either non-existent or unreliable. The principle was simple and profound: harm done to the protected person returned to the one who dealt it, proportionally, immediately, and without requiring the protected person's intervention. The charm was not intelligence. It did not reason. It responded. But Harry's charm, from everything he had observed over 6 years, did something additional. It was more nuanced than pure reflex. It had, he sat with the right word, discretion. The kick under the table at dinner was below threshold. The shove on the front lawn had been answered. The raised hand in the hallway had been answered faster and harder. It calibrated. He found the relevant passage after an hour. The most sophisticated Lex Talionis constructs, those built by practitioners of exceptional arithmetic skill, could be calibrated with what Galatea Merithot described in her 1689 commentary as the Father's judgment, an embedded evaluative function that allowed the charm to distinguish between incidental contact and deliberate harm, between accident and intention. This calibration required the caster to bind their own capacity for moral reasoning into the construct, making it not merely reactive but, in a limited sense, evaluative. Harry read this 3 times. His father had bound his own moral reasoning into the charm. What lived in Harry's chest wasn't just protective magic. It was a piece of James Potter's mind, his judgment about what was fair and what wasn't, encoded and left running. He sat with the weight of this for a long while. Then he wrote it down in the notebook he'd started keeping, because it was information and information was for using. He found Ron and Hermione at lunch and they found him distracted in the way they'd both learned to read, not inattentive, just more internal than usual, some part of him running something separately. Library? Ron said. Yes. Find something. Several things. Harry poured himself pumpkin juice. What do you two know about what's on the 3rd floor? Hermione's expression went immediately careful, which meant she knew something. Ron's went cautious, which meant he'd heard something. Dumbledore said not to go there, Hermione said. The announcement said a painful death awaited anyone who went there without good reason, Harry said. Which is a very specific formulation. A painful death awaits you unless you have good reason. Not unless you have permission. Ron looked at him. Those sound the same. They're not, Harry said. Permission is granted by someone else. Reason comes from you. Hermione said, Fred and George told you something. Fred and George implied something, Harry said. At breakfast on Wednesday. They said there's something being kept there that wasn't there last year. Something Dumbledore moved recently. They weren't specific. They're never specific, Ron said with feeling. About anything. It's a policy. They knew about the moving staircases before I did, Hermione said, which was clearly still rankled. What do you think it is? Something valuable enough to need protecting, Harry said. Something that wasn't safe wherever it was before. Dumbledore mentioned in passing, not to me, he didn't elaborate on when Dumbledore had spoken to him, that certain objects were more secure at Hogwarts. Gringotts had a break-in over the summer. Front page of the Prophet, the article that was folded into your compartment seat cushions on the train. Vault 713 was broken into the same day we were there doing school shopping. Ron's eyes went wide. You were at Gringotts the same day as a break-in? I was there in the morning. The break-in was that evening according to the article. Whatever was in Vault 713 was removed in the morning, by Dumbledore, I think, and by evening someone had broken in looking for it and found it empty. Hermione stared at him. You worked all that out from a newspaper article? The article said it was empty when they searched it. Dumbledore took me to a vault that morning. The timing fits. He ate a piece of bread. I don't know what the object is. But someone very motivated wants it, and it's in this building, and Quirrell is nervous about something that isn't vampires. Ron put his fork down. You think Quirrell? I think Quirrell is watching the 3rd floor corridor, Harry said. I think he watches it the way you watch a door you want to open and haven't yet. He looked at them. I'm not doing anything about it yet. I just want to know what's actually there. Research, Hermione said immediately, with the tone of someone who had been waiting to say that word. Research, Harry agreed. The week moved forward the way weeks did when there was enough to fill them, and on Friday afternoon the first-year Gryffindors had flying. Harry had thought about this. He had read about broom flight and thought about his father's letter and felt the particular pull of the warmth when he'd stopped outside Quality Quidditch Supplies in Diagon Alley. He knew, in the way he knew the dimensions of his cupboard, that this was going to be something. He just hadn't accounted for Neville. Neville Longbottom was a round-faced, earnest boy who had been sorted into Gryffindor with the particular surprise of someone who hadn't expected it and was now quietly trying to prove the hat right. He was not a natural athlete. He knew this about himself with the resigned clarity of someone who had known it for a while. And on the grass outside the castle on a crisp September afternoon, when Madame Hooch set up and every broom on the grass jumped to its owner's hand except Neville's, which rose about 6 inches and then fell back, Neville's face did something that Harry recognized from his own mirror. The particular expression of someone who was very used to not working correctly. Up, Harry said to his own broom, which came to his hand immediately, and he held it and didn't mount it yet and watched Neville try again. Madam Hooch was demonstrating the mounting position. Draco Malfoy, 2 spots down, had got his broom on the first call and was holding it with the ease of someone who had been on brooms before and wanted this known. He had been in Harry's orbit since the sorting, had made a point of introducing himself in the corridor outside the Great Hall that first night with the particular confidence of someone who assumed introductions were a formality preceding agreement. He had said something dismissive about Ron had gone red, Harry had said, "I don't think so," without heat or drama, and Malfoy had looked at him with the expression of someone recalculating. He'd been recalculating ever since. Harry could feel it across classrooms and corridors, the ongoing revision of expectations. Neville got his broom up on the 4th try. Madam Hooch was explaining the kicking off motion, the lean, the pull to the ground. She demonstrated. She told them all firmly not to kick off until she gave the signal. Then Neville's broom lurched under him, something was wrong with his grip or his nerves or both, and the broom shot up with Neville hanging from it, 10 feet, 15, 20, and Neville was making a sound that was trying to be nothing but wasn't quite succeeding, hanging on with both hands, completely out of control. Madam Hooch shouted. The broom jerked. Neville fell. Not from 20 feet, he dropped back to about 8 by the time he lost his grip, the broom spiraling away from him, and he hit the grass and sat up and clutched his wrist with his face doing all the things a face did when it was deciding between crying and not. Harry was on his broom before Madam Hooch had finished her sentence about not moving. He wasn't thinking about it. He kicked off and the warmth in his chest expanded outward in a way it never had before, not defensive, not watchful, just enormously alive, like something recognizing its own element. He caught the air 10 feet up and for a moment he stayed perfectly still in it, hovering, and understood what his father had meant. There is absolutely nothing in the world like it. The broom felt like an extension of his own body. He knew, without the knowing being a thought, how to bank and tilt and drop. He went after Neville's broom, which had continued spiraling upward to about 30 feet and was starting to slow, and he came alongside it and reached out and caught it out of the air. He dropped back down. The whole thing had taken about 45 seconds. He landed next to Neville and held the broom out. Neville took it with his good hand. He was white and slightly shaky, but he looked at Harry with the direct gratitude of someone who had given up pretending that everything was fine and was just going to be honest about it. "Thank you," he said. "Your grip was the problem," Harry said. "You were squeezing too tight. You want firm, not tight." "I know," Neville said. "I always do it wrong with things I care about." Harry looked at him. "I'll help you practice, if you want." Neville looked startled. Like this was not the kind of offer he'd expected. Madam Hooch appeared beside them, examining Neville's wrist with brisk efficiency. "Broken," she announced. "Hospital wing. Everyone else, stay on the ground." She looked at Harry with an expression that was attempting sternness and not entirely managing it. "That was against every instruction I gave." "Yes," Harry said. "But Neville would have fallen from higher if I hadn't." She looked at him. She looked at the broom in his hand. She said, crisply, 5 points to Gryffindor, and led Neville away. Malfoy said, from 2 spots down, "Show off." Harry looked at him. The warmth was quiet, this was a different category again. Not a threat. Just a boy performing the confidence he'd been taught. "Malfoy," Harry said, "Neville had a broken wrist. What were you going to do about it?" Malfoy opened his mouth. "Because if you were going to do something, now would have been the time," Harry said. Not aggressive, just pointing at a fact. "If you weren't, then someone had to." Malfoy closed his mouth. Ron, behind Harry, made a sound that was very carefully not a laugh. Madam Hooch, before the lesson ended, put Harry through a short set of aerial drills that were barely disguised talent assessment, and at dinner McGonagall appeared at the Gryffindor table, leaned down to Harry, and said quietly that she'd like a word. She took him to a classroom off the second-floor corridor, and a man was waiting there, youngish, athletic, with the focused eyes of someone who thought about strategy the way other people breathed. Oliver Wood, McGonagall said. He captains the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Harry, I would like to make you our new seeker. First-year students don't, Harry started. Don't typically, McGonagall said. You are not typical. I have already spoken with the headmaster. She looked at him with the precise expression of a woman who did not offer things twice. Well? Harry thought about his father's letter. I'll be the most embarrassing person in any crowd, just so you know. Yes, Harry said. Thank you, Professor. Wood looked at Harry with the intense, personal investment of someone who had just been given a variable that could change everything. We're going to train Tuesdays and Thursdays, he said. Early. 5:30. Fine, Harry said. Wood looked at him for a moment longer and then shook his hand with the seriousness of a business arrangement, and Harry thought, I know nothing about Quidditch except everything my father wrote about it, and Tuesday is going to be interesting. The defense lesson on the following Thursday was when it happened. They were doing a practical exercise. Quirrell had set them working through basic shield theory, which was below where Harry was already but fine as foundation. The exercise involved pairs casting minor jinxes at each other while the other blocked. Harry was partnered with Ron. Ron was working hard, his wand technique was improving every week, he had the reflexes but was still building the precision. They worked steadily through the exercise. Around them the class managed varying levels of success. Hermione and a girl named Lavender Brown were methodical. Neville, wrist-heeled, was concentrating with visible effort. Quirrell moved through the class, correcting form, murmuring suggestions. He came past Harry and Ron and paused behind Harry, which was the standard position for observing a pair, and Harry continued working, deflecting one of Ron's jinxes cleanly. The turban shifted. The warmth in Harry's chest went from quiet watchful to something that had a direction. Not the defensive pulse, not the hallway, not the lawn. Something new. A pulling awareness, like standing near something very cold and feeling the heat being drawn from you toward it. Harry kept his wand up and kept his face neutral and kept working, but every sense he had was on the thing behind him. Quirrell stood there for approximately 12 seconds. The warmth was specific and certain and absolutely clear about what it was pointing at, and what it was pointing at was not Quirrell. Harry turned around. He didn't make it a production. He turned around the way you turned around when you'd heard something, casual, easy, just a look. Quirrell was standing 3 feet behind him with his hands clasped and his face doing its habitual nervous arrangement, but his eyes were doing something else, something that was calculating in a way that the nervous face was supposed to conceal. Sir, Harry said, your turban's coming loose on the left side. Quirrell's hands went immediately to his turban. Both hands, fast, involuntary. He adjusted it with 3 small precise movements and said, thank you, P. Potter, and moved away. Harry turned back. Ron was staring at him. Why did you? Because it was, Harry said. It wasn't, actually, Ron said. I know, Harry said. Ron stared at him for another moment. Then he seemed to decide this was above the level he was going to interrogate right now and went back to the exercise. Harry continued working. But the warmth in his chest had answered the question he hadn't fully formed yet. Whatever was under Quirrell's turban was the source of the pulling sensation. Not Quirrell himself. Quirrell was frightened, nervous, a man being used rather than a man using. The thing that had the warmth's attention was something underneath, something behind the nervous professor, like a voice behind a curtain, and it was old and cold and it knew Harry was there. It had known since the feast. He finished the class, and in the corridor after, while Ron and Hermione were comparing notes on the shield exercise, Harry stood in the stone corridor of Hogwarts and thought about what Arabella had told him at the kitchen table 2 years ago. He was destroyed, or nearly destroyed, or, nobody knows. He's gone, but gone is a complicated word in the magical world. Harry thought, apparently it is. He thought about the object on the third floor. The break-in at Gringotts. The turban that twitched. The cold pulling sensation that his father's charm had responded to, like recognizing something it had been built specifically to know. He thought about Dumbledore knowing. About the way Dumbledore had arranged things in the leaky cauldron, the information offered in shapes, the expectation that Harry would see the outline. I need to talk to Dumbledore, Harry thought. And then, underneath that, with the plain clarity that was his most consistent quality, but first I need to understand it properly myself. He looked at the ceiling of the corridor, old stone, old magic, the castle breathing around him. Right, he said quietly, to himself, to the warmth, to his father's good judgment embedded in his chest. Then he walked to catch up with Ron and Hermione, because it was nearly dinner and whatever was coming next would need him rested and fed, and there was no point in being dramatic about it. That night, after the dormitory had gone quiet, Harry lay in his four-poster and thought about the hat's warning. Be careful. Not be afraid, it hadn't said that. The hat had been in his head and it knew him better than most, and it had said careful, which was a different instruction entirely. Careful meant paying attention to the right things. Careful meant not acting before you understood. Careful meant knowing when the thing you were dealing with was bigger than the approach you'd initially considered and adjusting accordingly. He pressed his hand against his chest. The warmth was steady. There but not alarmed. His father's calm judgment running under everything, the way a strong current runs under still water, not visible from the surface, but completely present, completely real. Harry thought about the cold thing under the turban, and how the warmth had recognized it the way one force recognizes another force, not with fear but with the straightforward acknowledgement of, I know what you are, and I know what I am, and one of those is stronger. He thought his father, who had built the charm in October knowing that this same cold thing was coming for them, had understood something about his son in advance of Harry understanding it about himself. He wasn't afraid of Voldemort. Not performing bravery, not suppressing fear. Actually not afraid. He was careful and attentive and he intended to understand the situation completely before he moved in it, but fear wasn't the thing sitting in his chest alongside the warmth. He was, if anything, clear. He thought, whatever is on the third floor, and whatever is wearing Quirrell's body, and whatever is planned, I am not in anyone else's story. I am in mine. The castle breathed. The warmth agreed. Chapter 6, The mirror shows a Father November arrived like someone had replaced October's set dressing overnight, gray sky, cold ground, the lake acquiring a quality of darkness that suggested it had always been serious and was now simply being open about it. The castle went from warm amber to something more austere, which suited it. Harry's days had developed a rhythm. Classes, training, library. The triangle of himself and Ron and Hermione had become the assumed shape of most of his waking hours, and within that shape each of them had settled into their function. Hermione researched things until they surrendered, Ron knew the castle and the people in it the way you knew your own kitchen, and Harry connected things that didn't appear connected until they were. What they were collectively doing, without having explicitly said so, was building a picture. The picture had several components. The first was the third-floor corridor, which they had not entered. Harry had decided against it on the grounds that entering it without understanding what was inside was exactly the kind of action that benefited whoever was watching. The second was Quirrell, whose defense classes had continued their downward trajectory in terms of actual useful content while simultaneously becoming more interesting to Harry as a study in a man who was carrying something he couldn't put down. The third was the question of who else in the castle might be watching the third floor with interested eyes. They were in the library on a Wednesday evening in early November when Hermione found the first piece. She pushed a book across the table without speaking. Harry looked at the page she'd marked. Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone, A Legacy of Alchemical Mastery. He read the relevant section. The stone was real, historically documented, capable of producing the elixir of life. Flamel was 665 years old and the stone was the reason. He had been living in Devon. Harry read to the end of the section and then looked up. Someone who needed a body back, Hermione said quietly. Someone who had been, diminished. Who needed, the elixir of life to restore themselves, Harry said. Ron was very still across the table, looking between them. Vault 713, Harry said. Dumbledore moved it from Gringotts the same day someone tried to break in. It's here. That's what's on the 3rd floor. He looked at the book. And Quirrell's the one who tried to break into the vault. He thought about the corridor, about the pulling sensation from the turban. He failed. So now he's here, inside the building, with the stone 1 floor above him. Ron said, "This is, yes," Harry said. "If Voldemort gets the stone, he comes back properly," Harry said. Fully back. Not wearing someone else. He sat back in his chair. "Which is why I need to talk to Dumbledore." "Tell him what you know," Hermione said. "He should know you know." "He already suspects I've worked some of it out," Harry said. He set it up that way, the information offered in pieces, the shapes that pointed somewhere. "I think he wants me to know. I think he's been waiting to see if I'd get there." He looked at the ceiling. "I think he's also hoping I don't do anything about it myself." "Are you going to?" Ron said. Harry thought about it. "Not until I have to," he said. He went to Dumbledore's office the following morning. The gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the headmaster's tower was the kind of obstacle that suggested Dumbledore occasionally wanted warning before visitors arrived. Harry stood in front of it and said, "Lemon drop," which Dumbledore had mentioned in what was probably a deliberate slip at the start of term feast, and the gargoyle stepped aside. The office was extraordinary and cluttered and entirely Dumbledore, instruments that moved and hummed, portraits of past headmasters in various states of wakefulness, a perch where a phoenix was sitting with an expression of profound self-possession. The phoenix looked at Harry, and Harry looked at the phoenix. "Fox," Harry said. The phoenix made a sound that wasn't quite music and wasn't quite language and was both. "I know," Harry said, which he didn't really, but it felt like the right answer. Dumbledore came through a side door with the low-level surprise of a man who hadn't expected a visitor but had learned not to show it, which meant the gargoyle had options beyond just letting people through, it told him to, probably, and he was performing the surprise slightly, which was fine. "Harry," he said. "Sit down." Harry sat. "The Philosopher's Stone," Harry said. Dumbledore sat down behind his desk and looked at him over his spectacles. The performing surprise was gone. "Nicholas Flamel," Harry said. "Vault 713. The 3rd floor corridor." "Quirrell." He met the old man's gaze. "Voldemort is in this castle." The office was very quiet. One of the instruments made a small sound, glass chiming against glass. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "You know." "I have known since before term began," Dumbledore said. "Quirrell was compromised during his sabbatical. I have been, managing the situation. By putting the stone here." "The stone is protected by multiple enchantments," Dumbledore said. "Quirrell cannot reach it alone, and Voldemort, in his current state, cannot act independently. He requires Quirrell's body and will as instruments, and both have limitations." "What limitations?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Voldemort cannot touch you," he said. "Your mother's protection, what she did when she died, is embedded in your blood. It is a different order of magic from your father's charm, but they are not unrelated. Both are love encoded as law. Voldemort cannot lay hands on you without significant consequence to himself." Harry thought about this. "So he needs someone else to do it." "Yes." "Quirrell." "Yes." Harry looked at the phoenix. Fawkes looked back with the specific patience of a creature that had watched a great many conversations in this office and understood they all took longer than they needed to. "What are you doing about it?" Harry said. "Watching," Dumbledore said. "And waiting for Quirrell to move. The protections on the stone require active attempts to breach them. Until Quirrell tries, I cannot act against him without cause. The Ministry's requirements around evidence and intent apply to Hogwarts staff. So you need him to try. In a manner of speaking. Harry looked at the old man. And when he tries, you'll be here to stop it. I will. You're certain of that? Dumbledore looked at him steadily. I have made arrangements to ensure that I am informed if Quirrell moves toward the corridor in force. Harry sat with this. He thought about the pulling sensation from the turban, the cold recognition that went both ways, the thing that knew Harry was there as clearly as Harry knew it was there. He thought about a man who had come to Godric's Hollow on October the 31st and been met with something he hadn't expected. He knows about the charm, Harry said. Voldemort. He knows what my father built. Dumbledore's hands, folded on the desk, went very still. Why do you say that? Because of the way he looks at me through Quirrell, Harry said. It's not just recognition. It's specific attention. He felt the charm in the defense classroom. He's been calculating something since the feast. He looked at the desk. He's not afraid of it. But he's thinking about it. He should be afraid of it, Dumbledore said quietly. I know, Harry said. He's not, though. That's worth knowing. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. The portraits on the wall were all awake now, and the silence had a quality of many minds considering the same thing. What do you intend to do? Dumbledore said. Nothing yet, Harry said. I intend to let you manage the situation as you're managing it. But I want you to know that I know, and I want you to know that if your arrangements fail, he met the old man's eyes. I'm not going to wait. Harry, I'm not going to go looking for it, Harry said. I'm not going to do anything reckless. But if Quirrell gets through and you're not there, I am not going to stand aside and let Voldemort have what he's come for. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was doing many things and landing, ultimately, on something that was honest and slightly pained. You are 11 years old, he said. Yes, Harry said. And I have my mother's protection and my father's charm, and I've been paying attention to this since September. I'm not 11 the way you keep trying to account for. The old man was quiet. Tell me about the protections, Harry said. Not because I'm planning to go through them tonight. Because I need to know what I'm walking into if it comes to that. Dumbledore looked at him. Then, slowly, he began to talk. Harry left the tower an hour later with the picture complete. 7 protections, 7 enchantments from 7 teachers. Fluffy the three-headed dog is the first barrier, which was Hagrid's contribution and therefore the one most likely to be solved by kindness rather than force, since Hagrid's approach to magical creatures was always personal. Devil's Snare. Flying Keys. A chess set. A troll, apparently. A logic puzzle. And the mirror of Eriste at the end. He walked back to the common room and sat in front of the fire and looked at it. Hermione appeared beside him with her transfiguration notes and looked at his face and said, Well. He told me everything, Harry said. She blinked. Everything. Everything. I asked him to. Harry looked at the fire. He talked to me like I was a person who needed information to make good choices. I think it cost him something, but he did it. She was quiet for a moment. Are you worried? I'm thinking, Harry said. Ron arrived with a plate of sandwiches from the kitchen. He had a gift for timing relative to food, and deposited himself in the chair across and looked at Harry. You've got the face, Ron said. What face? The one where you're running 15 things at once and only about 3 of them are visible. He offered a sandwich. Eat something. Whatever it is will still be there after the sandwich. Harry took the sandwich. He told them what he'd learned. Not everything, not the level of specificity Dumbledore had shared, but the shape of it, the 7 protections, the timeline of what Quirrell would have to do to reach the stone. They listened. Hermione asked 6 questions, all of them precise. Ron asked one, which was whether the chess set was wizard's chess, and when Harry said he assumed so, Ron looked at the fire with the expression of someone who had just realized where their particular skill was going to be useful. If it comes to it, Ron said, I'm good at chess. I know, Harry said. Not good. Really good. Ron said this without vanity, the way you said things about yourself that were simply true. My dad says I've got the instincts. I beat Fred and George simultaneously when I was 7. Harry looked at him. If it comes to it, Ron said again, and something in his voice had settled into a quality that Harry had seen glimpses of and hadn't fully seen yet, Ron's actual spine, which was considerable and easy to miss because it lived underneath all the easy warmth. Right, Harry said. Hermione had already opened a different book, which was her version of the same conversation. Devil's Snare, she said. I've already read the chapter. I know exactly what to do. Harry looked at both of them. He thought about his father's letters, about the world being full of people who were worth trust. He thought about Sirius, who was in Azkaban, and about the betrayal that preceded it, and how his father hadn't known, hadn't been able to know, and had loved completely anyway. I hope it doesn't come to it, he said. I hope Dumbledore's arrangements hold. But? Hermione said. But if they don't, Harry said, I'm glad it's us. December came and the castle dressed itself for Christmas in a way that suggested it took the occasion personally. Enormous trees, enchanted decorations, the smell of pine and something spiced in every corridor. Most of the school went home for the holidays. Harry stayed. He stayed because Privet Drive was not a Christmas destination, and because Dumbledore had quietly let him know that the holidays would bring a reduced staff and he should be aware of any unusual activity, and because Ron was staying too, his parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania and the trip was not practical for the full family, and because Hermione had gone home to her dentist parents but had left Harry a list of reading recommendations that would carry him through to the New Year. Christmas at Hogwarts with most of the students gone had a quality Harry hadn't expected. The castle, which was always full of itself in a good way, became more clearly itself when it wasn't also full of other people. The stone breathed differently when it wasn't carrying 800 students. The portraits talked to each other across empty corridors. The moving staircases were less obstinate, as if they were showing off without an audience. Harry and Ron had Christmas dinner with Dumbledore and a small group of remaining students at one long table instead of 4, which was excellent food and excellent conversation and the particular relaxed quality of an old man who liked young people and was happiest when he could talk to them directly. Dumbledore had given Harry a gift. Something that floated out of its wrapping like it had been waiting, silvery, liquid-looking, extraordinary. That, Ron breathed, is an invisibility cloak. Harry held it in both hands and looked at Dumbledore, who was watching him with an expression that was doing something careful. It was your father's, Dumbledore said quietly. He left it in my keeping. I thought it was time it was returned to you. Harry looked at the cloak. He thought about October 1981. His father, building the charm, writing the letters, and also, apparently, leaving this here. In safekeeping. Either because he'd known it wouldn't be needed, or because he'd known he wouldn't be there to use it. Thank you, Harry said. Don't thank me, Dumbledore said. It was always yours. He found the mirror 3 days into the holidays. It was not in the 3rd-floor corridor. It was in an unused classroom on the 4th floor that he'd walked past 6 times in term without noticing, but the door was open this night and he was wearing the cloak and wandering at 1 in the morning because the castle was quiet and the charm was restless, and he went in. The mirror was enormous, 10 feet tall, ornate gold frame, the inscription running along the top in a writing style that looked like cursive but wasn't quite, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. He translated it in his head without trying. The mirror's name was a reversal, which meant so was the inscription. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He looked into the mirror. His first thought was that it wasn't working. He saw himself, same messy hair, same glasses, same school robes. Nothing dramatic. Then he realized the people behind him in the glass were not behind him in the room. He turned around. Empty classroom. He turned back. There were at least 10 people in the mirror. Standing close, arranged not in any formal way but in the natural loose cluster of people who know each other well and have gathered together. Some of them he didn't recognize, a man with a wide grin and a woman with dark eyes, a couple his grandparents' age, others. But at the front, closest to the mirrors Harry, one on each side, his father. His mother. James Potter was taller in life, or in whatever this was, than the photograph suggested. He was standing with his arm around Lily, and he was looking at Harry in the mirror with an expression that was not the laughing at something outside the frame expression of the photograph. He was looking directly at Harry, and the expression was very simple, it was a man looking at his son. Lily's hand was on the mirror's Harry's shoulder. Her eyes were bright and slightly wet in the way eyes got when the feeling was too large for a face. Harry stood in front of the mirror for a long time. He didn't fall apart. He didn't press his hands against the glass or try to reach through it. He stood and he looked and he let it be what it was, his heart's desire, plainly stated, not complicated or hidden, not dressed up in ambition or need. His family, whole, behind him. He thought about what the charm had been doing in his chest for the past 6 years. He thought about 15 letters in a wooden chest, and a dream in the yellow-lit house, and a woman in a chair by a window who said I miss you too. He looked at James Potter's face in the mirror. I read your letters, Harry said quietly. The room was empty. The castle breathed around him. Mirror James couldn't hear him, that was not how the mirror worked, Harry understood that. It showed desire, it didn't transmit. But the face in the glass was looking at him with the same specific quality as the dream, the same I see you quality, and Harry stood in front of it and let it fill whatever place in him it filled. Then he looked at his mother. She was smiling. Not the laugh smile of the photograph. A different smile, quieter, more private, the smile of someone who was proud and present and aware of it. Harry thought about the dream, you've got his nose, and about I miss you too. He put his hand flat on the mirror's surface. It was cold glass. Nothing more. He took his hand back. He stood there for another 10 minutes. Not obsessively, he was aware of the line between visiting and staying, between drawing something necessary from it and using it as a place to live. His father's third letter had been clear about this, without knowing it was going to be relevant here, be a person first, not the story, not the symbol. The mirror was a story. It was a beautiful and heartbreaking story. But it was not what was actually there. What was actually there was the warmth in his chest, which had been there every day for 6 years and would be there tomorrow. He looked at James in the mirror one last time. I know, he said. To the warmth, to the mirror, to the empty classroom. I know you're still here. He turned around and walked out of the classroom and back up the corridor. Dumbledore found him there the next night. Which meant Dumbledore had known about the mirror's current location, had probably moved it here, Harry thought, though he didn't ask. The old man was sitting in the doorway of the classroom when Harry came around the corner, wearing robes of deep crimson and reading what appeared to be a catalogue of Muggle knitting patterns. I thought you might come back, Dumbledore said. I almost didn't, Harry said. Dumbledore put the catalogue away. What did you see? Harry sat down on the floor against the corridor wall, knees up, back against the stone. The cloak was over his arm. Dumbledore, with the ease of a man who had sat on floors before, sat down on his other side. My family, Harry said. My parents. Others I didn't recognize, grandparents, maybe. James and Lily at the front. I see myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks, Dumbledore said. One can never have too many socks. Harry looked at him. No, Dumbledore said, with the tone of a man acknowledging he's been caught performing. No, that is not what I see. But it is a more comfortable answer. He looked at the ceiling. I see people I have lost. People whose loss was, in some part, my own responsibility. He was quiet for a moment. The mirror is a remarkable and terrible object. It has driven people to madness, to wasting away. Men have sat before it until they starved. I know, Harry said. I read about it. What stopped you from staying? Harry thought about this. He thought about what he'd felt, standing in front of it, the genuine, complete pull of it. His family, right there. The desire was real and he hadn't pretended it wasn't. I've got them, he said, simply. Dumbledore looked at him. Not the way the mirror shows, Harry said. Not whole, not in front of me. I know that. But my father's charm is in my chest and his letters are in the attic and my mother's protection is in my blood and the mirror is, he looked at the classroom door. The mirror is a still photograph of the thing. What I have is the thing moving. Dumbledore was very quiet. I have them every day, Harry said. Differently than anyone would want. But I have them. He looked at his hands. The mirror can't give me anything I don't already have. It just shows it to me in a form that hurts more because it looks like what I can't physically hold. The corridor was still. Somewhere deep in the castle, water moved in the pipes, the old sound of an old building. Your father, Dumbledore said, and stopped. Say it, Harry said. Your father would be, I was going to say proud, which is true, but it is also a small word for what I mean. The old man looked at his hands, folded on his knees. I made errors in his time at this school. Errors of permission. I allowed things to happen to a boy in his year that I should have prevented, because James was popular and powerful and the boy in question was difficult and strange and it seemed, at the time, like natural schoolboy antagonism. Harry knew who he meant without asking. You're talking about Snape, Harry said. Yes. My father mentioned it, Harry said. He said he wasn't proud of it. Dumbledore nodded slowly. He grew. He became better than that version of himself. But the damage was done. And then other things happened, he stopped. What I am saying badly is that I have made a habit of deciding I know how things will unfold, and sometimes the things I know most certainly are the things I have gotten most wrong. Like Sirius Black, Harry said. Silence. I have begun making inquiries, Dumbledore said. Quietly. Through channels that won't alarm anyone while the inquiry is preliminary. He looked at Harry. I cannot promise a quick resolution. Azkaban's prisoner manifest is not easily revisited. But I have begun. Harry nodded. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me, Dumbledore said, which was what Harry had said to him at Christmas dinner about the cloak. Neither of them commented on this, but the air between them shifted in the particular way it shifted when something had been understood rather than explained. They sat in the corridor for a few more minutes, an 11-year-old and a 110-year-old on the floor outside a classroom that contained a mirror that showed the heart's deepest want, and the castle breathed around them, and it was enough. January brought Hermione back, and the new term, and Quirrell's increasingly fractured teaching, and Quidditch training in cold air that left Harry's hands numb and his mind completely clear. He was, by now, the best natural flyer Wood had ever coached. Wood said this with the slightly agonized joy of a person who has found something too good to be entirely comfortable with. Harry rode the school broom for the first 2 weeks and then Dumbledore arranged for a proper Nimbus 2000, which arrived at breakfast and was carried to the dormitory with both hands, and which Harry kept under his bed and took out occasionally just to look at, which he would have been embarrassed about if anyone had seen. The warmth, around Quidditch and brooms, did something that Harry could only describe as pleased. Not the defensive pulse, not the watchful alert. Just, deep, simple pleasure, the way you felt in a place that was exactly right for you. His father's encoded joy, coming through. There is absolutely nothing in the world like it. I know, Harry said to his broom, alone in the dormitory. I know. The broom, reasonably, said nothing. But the warmth glowed. March arrived and Quirrell arrived at breakfast one morning with a quality of decision about him that Harry clocked before he'd finished his first piece of toast. The nervous energy was still there, it was always there, the constant surface agitation of a man carrying something that didn't fit, but underneath it was something new. Something resolved. The particular stillness of someone who has been working toward a moment and has decided the moment is close. Harry watched him eat, or not eat, pushing things around a plate, and watched the turban, which was tighter this morning than usual, wound more carefully. He finished his toast. He looked at the Gryffindor table, at Ron eating steadily and Hermione reading with one hand and eating with the other and Neville talking to Dean Thomas about something that had them both gesturing, and the twins further down running what appeared to be a small financial operation involving chocolate frogs and George's ability to guess the card. He thought, Dumbledore's arrangements had better hold. He thought, but if they don't? He caught Ron's eye. Ron looked at him. Then at Quirrell. Then back. Yeah, Ron said quietly, which was the full extent of the communication needed. Under the table, Harry felt the warmth run through his hands like a current, warm and certain, his father's moral reasoning and his mother's protection and his own 11 years of being exactly who he was. He was ready. Chapter 7, Fire in the Forbidden Corridor. It happened on a Tuesday. Not a dramatic Tuesday. Not a Tuesday with weather that suggested anything significant was coming, no storm over the lake, no unusual omens in divination. Divination wasn't even a subject at their level, so there was nothing to read. It was just a regular March Tuesday with charms in the morning and a free period after lunch and a light rain on the windows that made the castle feel enclosed and slightly amber. Harry was in the library during the free period when the warmth shifted. Not the watchful quiet it had been doing all term. Not the interested outward of the train platform. Something with direction and urgency, the way it had been the afternoon in the back garden when Arabella told him about Voldemort, but faster, more immediate. A current running up through his chest and into his throat. He was halfway through a chapter on enchantment theory and he closed the book. He sat still for 10 seconds and let the warmth tell him what it was telling him. Quirrell had moved. He didn't know how he knew this. He just knew it the way he knew things through the charm, not through sight or sound or logical deduction, but through the direct, unambiguous language of James Potter's encoded judgment saying, "This is the moment." He was out of the library before he'd made a conscious decision to stand. He found Ron at the end of the second-floor corridor, coming out of Transfiguration with his bag over one shoulder, and Ron took one look at Harry's face and said, "Now." "Now," Harry said. "I'll get Hermione." "She's in the library." "No, she's not, she went to arithmancy extra study," Ron said, already moving. "Second door on the left past the Ollery stairs. Go to the 3rd floor. I'll get her and we'll follow." He was already running. Harry took the stairs. The 3rd floor corridor was empty and the door at the end was open. Not forced, opened. The lock was undone cleanly. Whatever Quirrell had used on it had worked without damage, and the door stood just wide enough that light from the corridor cut a thin line into the darkness beyond. Harry stood in front of it for 3 seconds. The warmth was strong and directional and it wasn't afraid. He went through. Fluffy was already asleep. The 3-headed dog was enormous, each head the size of a small car, each neck the diameter of a tree trunk, and all 3 were down, snoring in the deep unconscious way of something that had been sent to sleep rather than having fallen asleep naturally. On the floor near the closest head, a small harp was playing itself, the enchantment running down. Music. Quirrell had used music. Harry stepped past the harp carefully, noting the mechanism, Hagrid's creature, Hagrid's solution, the same approach Harry had guessed. Music, kindness, presence. The trapdoor in the floor was open. He went down. Devil's Snare was dark and cold and it moved fast, the tendrils wrapping his left arm before he'd properly landed, but he'd read Hermione's notes and he cast Lumos Maxima with his wand in his right hand and the plant released him immediately, recoiling from the light the way she described, and he walked through the writhing edges of it into clear floor. He kept moving. The second chamber was the flying keys, hundreds of them, a moving constellation of old iron keys with wings, and somewhere among them the right key for the door at the far end. A broom was chained near the entrance. Harry unchained it, assessed it, old, stiff, not made for this kind of work, but functional, and kicked off. He'd spent 6 months training on a Nimbus 2000. He found the right key in 90 seconds. It was trying to hide near the ceiling, wings bent from previous use, flying awkwardly. He dove for it, caught it on the second pass, landed, and had the door open in the time it took him to exhale. The third chamber stopped him. The chess set was massive. Stone pieces, 8 feet tall, the full width of the room in every direction, and it was already mid-game. Quirrell had played through it, pieces shifted, the board half dismantled in a way that suggested a solution but not a clean one. The white king stood at the far end behind its depleted ranks. Harry studied the board. He was good at chess. He'd played with the set in the Gryffindor common room enough to understand his own game. But this was already in progress, and the question wasn't starting from scratch, it was reading what had been played and finding the continuation. He was 4 moves in when the door behind him opened and Ron and Hermione arrived, slightly out of breath, both of them taking in the chamber with the fast, focused attention of people who had prepared for this but were still absorbing the reality of it. "He's already through," Harry said without turning around. "We saw the harp," Ron said. He was at Harry's shoulder immediately, looking at the board. His eyes moved across it differently, not analyzing piece by piece but reading the whole shape of it, the way someone read a landscape rather than individual trees. "He played through it," Ron said. "Yes. He sacrificed 2 knights and a rook to force the path. It worked but left," Harry pointed at the configuration ahead. "Yeah," Ron said slowly. "I see it." He walked along the edge of the board, looking. He took the fast path. Got through but left the white side in a worse position than before. The pieces won't move for someone unless they play from the board state. You'd have to sit a piece. He looked at Harry. "That means getting on the board." "Which one?" Harry said. Ron's jaw set. He walked the length of the board one more time, measuring something invisible. "Knight," he said. "Me. White knight. I move there," he pointed, "and then there, and it forces the sequence that lets you both cross. 3 moves. Done." "The piece is here," Hermione started. "Take out the opposition physically," Ron said. "I know." He said it calmly. Not performing calm, just resolute, the way he'd said really good in the common room. "I know how to play it so I don't take a hit." "Probably." "Ron," Hermione said. "I'm also the one who goes down if it goes wrong," Ron said, which was honest and therefore ended the debate before it started. He looked at Harry. "Get Hermione across. Then go. Don't wait." Harry looked at him. "Merlin sake, Harry, I grew up with 6 of them, I know how to take a knock," Ron said. "Go stop the man wearing Voldemort." Harry gripped his shoulder once, briefly. Ron nodded. He walked out to the White Knight. The chess pieces moved with the weight of stone and the authority of something that had been in this room a very long time and knew exactly what it was doing. Ron played with absolute focus. Harry had seen him in common room games, but this was different. This was Ron at the level of himself, reading 6 moves ahead and placing each piece with the certainty of someone who understood that precision here was the difference between crossing and not. He took 2 hits. The first was a glancing blow from a black bishop that made him grab the piece he was standing on with both hands, and Harry took a half step forward and Ron said, without looking up, "I'm fine." The second was worse. A rook that moved with no warning and caught him fully enough that he went down to one knee on the stone piece's head, and Hermione made a sound that wasn't quite a word. Ron got back up. He made the final move. The Black Queen, who had been the primary threat the entire game, moved to take his knight, and stopped. The board had shifted into a configuration that satisfied whatever internal logic governed it, and the path to the far door was open, clear. All remaining pieces stepped back from the center. Ron was sitting on the knight's head with his hand pressed against his side and breathing carefully. Harry and Hermione crossed to him. "Go," Ron said. "Hermione can stay with me. I'm fine. I promise you I'm fine, it's ribs, not anything else." Go. Harry looked at his face. Ron meant it. The troll's been dealt with already, Hermione said quickly. Something got to it before us, it's unconscious in the next chamber. He went through before us by at least 10 minutes. Then go, Ron said again. He's almost there. Harry went. The logic puzzle was potions. 7 bottles, a fire ahead and one behind, a rolled parchment with a riddle describing the contents of each. No magic, just reasoning, Hermione's domain entirely, which told Harry something about who had built this particular protection. He read the riddle once quickly and solved it in the time it took to read it twice, because the logic was clean once you removed the deliberate misdirection in the phrasing and dealt with what was actually stated. He drank the right bottle. The fire ahead went cold. He walked through. The last chamber was large and dim and the mirror of Eriste was at the far end. Quirrell stood in front of it. He was still wearing the turban, but loosely now, it had unwound at one end and was hanging, and in the dimness of the chamber Harry could see where the cloth had been disturbed, where whatever was underneath was more present than it had been in any of the defense classes or meals or corridors. The cold pulling sensation was not subtle anymore. It was the whole room. Quirrell turned around when Harry came in. His face was doing what it hadn't done all year, it had stopped performing the stutter, stopped performing the nerves. What was underneath the performance was a man who was frightened not of Harry but of the thing he served, and he was managing that fear by doing what it asked. Potter, Quirrell said. No stutter. Quirrell, Harry said. You're alone. Yes. Quirrell looked at him for a moment, assessing. You shouldn't have been able to get through. The protections were good, Harry said, genuinely. Dumbledore's staff built them well. They're just not built for someone who's been preparing for this specific situation for 6 months. Quirrell looked at him with the expression of a man who had been told a simple lie would cover things and was discovering it wouldn't. The stone is here, he said. In the mirror. I can't, he stopped. He says I can't get it because I want to use it. The mirror gives it to someone who wants it but doesn't intend to use it. I've been trying to, I know how the mirror works, Harry said. Then you know I need you to look into it. No, Harry said. I'm not asking. I know, Harry said. I'm aware that you're going to try to make me. I'm telling you that you're not going to succeed at that, which is different from asking. He walked further into the chamber. Where's Dumbledore? Something moved in Quirrell's face. Occupied, he said. He was sent, he stopped. It doesn't matter. He won't come in time. Harry assessed this. A distraction. Someone or something had drawn Dumbledore out. He made a note of the implication, that Voldemort had resources beyond Quirrell, that there were people willing to act as diversion, and filed it. Step aside from the mirror, Harry said. Quirrell laughed. It was a short laugh, genuine, and underneath it was something that was not Quirrell's laugh at all, a different quality, smooth and cold and very old. Step aside, Quirrell said. He says step aside. Not him, Harry said. You. I'm talking to you, Quirrell. Not to whatever's been riding you all year. Quirrell's face went through something. You're frightened of him, Harry said. You have been since you came back from Albania. Whatever happened there, whatever you encountered, he got into you because you were already afraid, and he's been there ever since. Harry kept his eyes on Quirrell's face, not on the turban. That's not a life. Don't, Quirrell said. Quietly. I'm not saying it to weaken you, Harry said. I'm saying it because it's true and you know it. He'll give me things, Quirrell said. When he returns. He promised Pettigrew too, Harry said. Silence. The cold in the room sharpened. The turban moved. Quirrell's jaw tightened. He says you're your father's son. Yes, Harry said. I am. He says that's going to make this painful. Quirrell raised his wand. Harry raised his. The first curse came fast, not a killing curse, something to incapacitate, a full-body bind that Harry sidestepped by moving left while casting a protego that caught the trailing edge of it. The shield shattered under the force. The spell had been cast with something far beyond Quirrell's own ability, Voldemort using Quirrell's arm, but it slowed it enough. Harry moved. He didn't engage from distance. Distance was where raw power decided things, and raw power was not the calculation here. He moved in, closed the gap, and what the warmth did in that moment was not the defensive reflex of the Dursley household. It was something fuller, something that ran through his whole body like a current. James Potter's judgment meeting James Potter's encoded protection meeting 11 years of Harry being exactly who he was. Quirrell's next curse went wide. Harry was inside his reach. He grabbed Quirrell's wrist. What happened then was immediate and total, and Harry felt it as a crack of heat running from his hand outward. Not magic he directed, not magic he chose. The warmth simply answered the contact the same way it had answered Vernon's raised hand in the hallway 6 years ago, except that what was in the room with Quirrell was not Vernon Dursley. Quirrell screamed. The scream was not his voice alone. Underneath it was something else, a register that hit the ears wrong, too high and too wide, like a frequency that wasn't meant to exist in rooms this size. The skin where Harry's hand touched Quirrell's wrist went wrong, not burned exactly, but unraveling, coming apart at a level that was not physical in any ordinary sense. Harry held on. He held on because he understood what was happening. His mother's protection and his father's charm were the same thing at their root. Dumbledore had said it in the office, both are love encoded as law. And what they were doing to the thing wearing Quirrell was not an attack. It was a statement of contradiction. Life encountering the thing that had tried to destroy it, and the encounter being fundamentally irreconcilable. Quirrell fell. Harry let go and stepped back. Quirrell was on the stone floor, hands clutched against his wrist, the turban completely undone now, and at the back of his head was a face. Harry had not been prepared for that. Intellectually he had, Dumbledore had told him, had explained how Voldemort had preserved himself as a fragment attached to a host. But the intellectual preparation and the actual sight of the white flat face at the back of Quirrell's head were not the same experience. The face had red eyes. They looked at Harry. They had been looking at Harry all year through Quirrell's eyes. Harry understood, had been looking at him since the feast, calculating, assessing, running the numbers on whether the boy who had survived was a manageable variable or something else. They looked at him now with something that was not fear and was not entirely the absence of fear. Harry Potter, the face said. Its voice came from everywhere and nowhere, the cold voice that underpinned Quirrell's own. 11 years old. Yes, Harry said. Your father's charm, the face said. He was clever. The construct is elegant. I studied it quite thoroughly, this year, from very close range. The red eyes moved slightly. It doesn't like me. No, Harry said. It doesn't. How does it feel? The voice was curious, genuinely. Stripped of the social performance that Harry had heard from it through Quirrell all year, the calculations and the theater, what was underneath was just this, a mind that was endlessly, pathologically interested. Carrying it. Knowing what it is. Harry thought about this honestly. Like having someone on my side, he said. The face looked at him. He's dead, the face said. Your father. He chose a fight he couldn't win and he died on a Tuesday night in October and he's been dead for 10 years. The charm is a memory. You're carrying a dead man's, I know what I'm carrying, Harry said. The voice stopped. You tried to kill me when I was 1, Harry said. And my parents died stopping you. And you lost. And then you spent 10 years trying to come back and this is what you've managed, this. He looked at Quirrell on the floor, the white face at the back of his head. This is the state of what you are. For now, the face said. For now, Harry agreed. But right now, tonight, you don't have the stone and you don't have a body and whatever you were planning when you sent someone to delay Dumbledore has about 2 minutes left in it. He looked at the red eyes. "I'm not afraid of you." "I know," the voice said. It sounded neither pleased nor displeased, just factual. "That's the problem, isn't it? You've been like this since September. I could feel it." The red eyes moved across Harry's face. "You're nothing like I expected." "So people keep saying," Harry said. "Your father," the voice said, and there was something in it that was not quite rage and not quite respect but lived in the compound of both. "Your father was exactly like this too. It was the most infuriating thing about him." Harry looked at the face for a long moment. "Then we have that in common," he said. He stepped toward Quirrell. The face recoiled, Quirrell's whole body moved backward, scraping on the stone, the face at the back of the head twisting to track Harry. "What are you?" Harry crouched and touched Quirrell's hand again, his palm flat on the back of it. Not gripping, not restraining. Just contact. The warmth ran through him in one long steady wave, not violent, not explosive. Sustained. His mother's protection, his father's charm, his own presence in the space, all of it saying the same thing in the language of very old magic: this is what love does. Quirrell convulsed. The face screamed. The scream hit the stone walls and the chamber went white at the edges of Harry's vision, and the cold in the room spiked hard and then broke. Shattered like glass, inward, like a fire going out, the oxygen in the room rushing back in where the cold had been holding it back. The face tore loose. Harry saw it go, a vapor, a dark pressure, a shape that was not quite visible in any stable way, and it moved through the room and through the wall and was gone, and the chamber went warm and quiet and smelled of nothing, just stone and dust. Quirrell lay very still on the floor. Harry stood up. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, from the passage of it, the energy running through him and out, the sustained effort of holding contact while everything in the room pushed back against it. His whole body was vibrating at a frequency slightly too fine to see. He looked at his hands. The warmth in his chest was very quiet now. Not gone, it was never gone. Just still, the way it went still after something significant. Settling back. He stood in the last chamber of the third-floor corridor of Hogwarts on a Tuesday in March and looked at the mirror of Eriste at the far end of the room, which was still showing him the family he'd looked at in December, his parents, lit by something warm, his father with his arm around his mother. He looked at it for a moment. He didn't go to it. He'd already taken what the mirror had to give him. He went to Quirrell and checked his pulse, because that was the right thing to do. It was there, weak but present, the pulse of a man who had been carrying something too heavy for too long and had been relieved of it by force. He heard the door at the far end of the chamber open. Dumbledore came through at speed, robes billowing, face carrying the specific quality of a man who had been moving fast for several minutes and had been afraid of what he'd find. He stopped. He looked at Quirrell on the floor. He looked at the mirror. He looked at Harry standing in the middle of it all with his hands slightly shaking and his face steady. "The stone?" Dumbledore said. "Still in the mirror," Harry said. "I didn't touch it." Quirrell never got it, he couldn't, the mirror's logic worked exactly as you said. He looked at the mirror. "You should probably move it again. Somewhere less reachable." Dumbledore looked at him. "Are you hurt?" the old man said. "No," Harry said. "Are you?" The old man blinked. "No," he said. "No, I'm not." "Someone sent a distraction," Harry said. "Deliberate. Which means he has allies we haven't accounted for yet. People willing to create a situation urgent enough to pull you out of the castle. That's worth looking at." Dumbledore walked to Quirrell and crouched and did the same assessment Harry had done and then several more, his wand moving in careful diagnostic motions. He looked up. "He'll live. He'll need careful treatment and considerable time, but he'll live." "Good," Harry said. I know what he was," Harry said. "He was frightened and he made terrible choices because of it. That doesn't mean he should die for them." He looked at the door. Is Ron all right? He took a hit on the chessboard. Poppy is with him, Dumbledore said, standing. Hermione got word to the hospital wing as soon as I came through. He has a cracked rib and a great deal of opinion about the situation. He's going to be fine. Harry nodded. Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. You did, what you did just now. With Quirrell. The old man looked at his hands, which were folded, and then back up. Your mother's protection responded to his touch. Your father's charm responded to the threat. And you, he stopped. You chose to hold on when anyone else would have let go. It was the right thing to do, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. It was. But knowing it is the right thing to do and being able to hold on while the room screams at you to let go are two very different capabilities. Harry thought about the Dursley hallway. About the light exploding. About the long slow years of understanding what he was carrying and choosing to carry it on purpose. About 15 letters and a photograph in his pocket and a warmth that had never, not once, gone out. I had help, Harry said. The hospital wing was white and lamplit and smelled of the specific potions that indicated serious care, and Ron was sitting up in bed with a bandage around his ribs and a bowl of something presumably therapeutic and a deeply aggrieved expression. You didn't wait for me, Ron said. You told me not to wait, Harry said. I know. I'm still annoyed about it. Ron shifted against the pillows. What happened? Hermione won't tell me anything except that it's handled and I should rest, which is the most annoying possible answer to every question. Harry sat in a chair beside the bed. Hermione was in the next chair with her arms folded and the expression of someone who had been managing their own response to recent events through activity and was now at the activity's end and in the reckoning phase. It's handled, Harry said. Voldemort? Gone. Not dead, that's not a thing you can do yet, probably. But gone. Not in the castle. And Quirrell? Alive. He'll be here. Harry glanced down the ward. Actually he's in a curtained bed at the end. He's unconscious. Ron looked at the end of the ward. Then back at Harry. You look terrible, he said, which was honest and therefore reassuring. I feel fine, Harry said. I'm just tired. What did it feel like? Ron said. When you, Hermione said you touched him. That your mum's protection, like holding onto something while everything told you to stop, Harry said. But I knew it was right. So I kept holding on. Ron looked at him for a moment. My mum's going to lose her mind when I tell her, he said. Don't tell her everything, Harry said. I'm going to tell her everything, Ron said. She'll be furious, and then she'll be, he searched for the word. She'll do the thing where she hugs you until you have to actively communicate that you'd like to breathe. She does it to all of us. It's very, Ron, Hermione said. What? You're rambling because you're in shock, she said, not unkindly. Ron considered this. Yes, he said. Probably. He looked at Harry again. Are we all right? The three of us? Yes, Harry said. Good. Ron ate a spoonful of whatever was in the bowl and made a face. Because whatever that was, the chessboard, the flying down into the corridor, all of it, I want to do it again. Not the injury part. But the rest of it. You want to do it again, Hermione said flatly. Not this exact thing, Ron said. Just, something. Being useful. Being part of something that mattered. He looked at them. It was good, wasn't it? Even with the ribs. Hermione looked at the ceiling with the expression of someone who was furious that they agreed. Harry looked at the bowl of something on the side table. He reached over and took it and tried a spoonful. What are you doing? Ron said. You're not eating it, Harry said. It tastes awful. That usually means it's working, Harry said, and had another spoonful. Ron stared at him. Fine, Ron said. Give it back. He took the bowl back and ate it with the resigned commitment of someone who understood that the argument was over. Dumbledore came to the hospital wing near midnight. He came alone, quietly, and he had the stone in a small pouch in his hand and he showed it to Harry briefly and then pocketed it again, and he sat in the chair on Harry's side with the tiredness of a man who had spent several hours undoing damage and had several more hours of the same ahead of him. Ron was asleep, the bowl empty. Hermione had gone back to the dormitory at 11 after making Harry promise twice to also sleep. Flammel, Harry said. What happens to him? He and his wife have enough elixir remaining for some time, Dumbledore said. We've spoken. He agrees the stone must be destroyed. He's giving up his life, Harry said. He's had 665 years of it, Dumbledore said. He says he's quite satisfied with that. Harry looked at his hands, still now. What the stone might have given Voldemort, Dumbledore said, and what your father's charm prevented tonight, those are not unrelated. The charm prevented it not by force but by making the cost of contact with you too high for him. That's remarkable magic, Harry. I keep saying so and I will continue to. He'll come back, Harry said. Eventually. He's not gone, he's just without a body again. Yes, Dumbledore said. He didn't dress it up. We need to be ready for that. Yes, Dumbledore said again. Harry looked at the old man. He looked at the way the lamplight hit the silver of his hair and the deep lines of his face and the specific worn quality around his eyes that was not tiredness but something longer than tiredness. The distraction that pulled you out, Harry said. The person or people who did it, do you know who it was? Dumbledore's hands folded on his knees. I have a suspicion, he said. I am not yet certain. Someone at the school. Harry said. A pause. Possibly. Harry filed this. He thought about the year, about the castle and its people and the long slow observation he'd been doing since September. He thought about the way Dumbledore had offered information in shapes, and he thought about the shape of what he wasn't being told right now. Okay, Harry said. When you know, tell me. Dumbledore looked at him. Tell me, Harry said again. Not demanding, just clear. The expectation they'd established in the leaky cauldron, held to. I will, the old man said. Harry stood up. Then I'm going to sleep, he said. Hermione made me promise. A promise to Hermione Granger, Dumbledore said, with something approaching a smile beneath the beard, is not one I'd advise breaking. Harry looked at Ron, asleep against the pillows, bowl empty, face relaxed in the way faces were when the body had decided everything important was over for tonight. He thought about Ron on the chess piece, taking the hit and getting back up and saying go with the calm authority of someone who knew exactly what he was worth. He thought about Hermione, reading Snape's potion riddle in the time it took Harry to read it, saying I know exactly what to do about Devil's Snare with the tone of someone for whom knowledge was the same thing as action. He thought about his father, writing in the third letter about how the symbol stuff took care of itself. About being a person first. He was 11 years old and he had walked through 7 protections and faced Voldemort wearing a professor's face and held on when everything in the room told him to let go, and none of it felt like destiny or prophecy or the weight of being the boy who lived. It felt like a Tuesday in March. It felt like 3 people who had each been exactly what the night needed them to be. It felt like what his father had been writing about. He walked out of the hospital wing. The castle was dark and breathing. The warmth in his chest was steady and even and deeply satisfied in its quiet way. Harry went upstairs and got into bed and slept like someone who had done the right thing with the right people and had absolutely nothing to prove to anyone. Chapter 8. What James left behind the hospital wing had a quality in the morning that it didn't have at midnight, less dramatic, more practical, the light coming in at a low angle that made everything look considered rather than urgent. Ron woke up hungry, which Madame Pomfrey took as a reliable indicator of recovery, and the breakfast she brought him was substantially larger than standard, which Ron took as a personal validation. Harry was already there when he woke. He'd come back at 7 with a book and sat in the chair and waited, and when Ron opened his eyes and found him there he looked at Harry with the faint embarrassment of someone who had been sleeping in front of a person. "You didn't have to," Ron started. "I know," Harry said. Ron ate his breakfast and Harry read his book and neither of them said anything for a while, which was its own kind of conversation, the comfortable kind you only had with people you'd been through something with. Hermione arrived at 8 with her bag and a parchment roll and the expression of someone who had been up since 6 processing last night's events through the medium of organized notes. "I've written down everything I remember," she said, pulling her chair up. "In order?" "For, I don't know. In case it matters later." "It might," Harry said. "Quirrell has been moved," she said. "Madame Pomfrey told me when I came in. He's going to St. Mungo's this morning. They need specialists." "Good," Harry said. "He needs proper treatment." Hermione looked at him. "You're not angry at him?" "He did terrible things," Harry said. "And he did them from fear, which doesn't make them less terrible but does make them human. Being angry at him specifically seems less useful than understanding what made him available to be used." Hermione looked at her parchment. Ron looked at his toast. "That's a very mature way of putting it," Hermione said. "My father wrote about Snape once in a similar way," Harry said. "About understanding how things happen rather than just reacting to them." It stuck. Ron said, "Your father sounds like he was brilliant." "He was," Harry said. "He was also, by his own account, quite capable of being thoughtless when he was young. I think the two things were connected, the brilliance and the capacity to not notice things because you were too busy being brilliant." He looked at the window. "He wrote about it honestly. I appreciated that." "My dad's like that too," Ron said. "The honest part, I mean. He never pretends he got things right when he got them wrong. Mum says it's the thing she loved first about him." He considered his toast. "Then he tried to enchant a car and she reconsidered briefly." Harry smiled. Hermione said, "What happens now?" "Dumbledore said Quirrell is being handled, the stone is being destroyed. Voldemort is gone again. The year ends in 3 months. 3 months, Harry said. "And then summer," she said. "And then summer," he agreed. She looked at him with the direct perception she applied to things she was worried about. "Are you going back to the Dursleys?" "Probably," Harry said. "The blood protection is tied to Petunia's house while I'm still under 17. It's a practical reality." He looked at his book. "It's different than it was." "She's different. We have an arrangement." "An arrangement," Ron said. "It's not warm," Harry said. "It's not family in any complete sense. But it's honest, which is more than it used to be. And I can manage it." "You shouldn't have to manage it," Hermione said, with a precision that meant she'd been thinking about this specifically. "No," Harry agreed. "I shouldn't. But I've got the books and the letters and the photograph and 3 months of the school year left, and it's one more summer, and after that," he looked at the window. "After that, things get longer. The summers get shorter relatively. And there are other things to work on." "Sirius Black," Hermione said. "Among other things." Ron had been quiet through this, eating steadily and listening with the particular attentiveness he used when he was taking something seriously without making a performance of it. "You really think he's innocent?" Ron said. "My father thought he was the most loyal person he'd ever known," Harry said. "And my father wrote that 3 days before someone betrayed them. Either he was the most wrong he'd ever been about anything, or, Pettigrew," Hermione said. She had, in her organized way, already been through the documented history. Peter Pettigrew. He was the one Sirius was supposed to have killed. But there was no body. "There was a finger," Harry said. "That was all they found. Which is either a man who was blown up and only this much remained, or a man who cut off his finger before he disappeared." Ron looked at him. "Why would someone cut off their own finger?" he said. "To make a body," Harry said. Or the suggestion of one. If you knew Sirius Black was going to be blamed for the explosion, and you were the one who actually said it, but where would Pettigrew have gone? Hermione said. I don't know yet, Harry said. But Sirius has been in Azkaban for 10 years without a trial. The least we can do is find out properly. The last stretch of the school year had a different quality than the months preceding it. The existential pressure of November through March, the slow-building awareness of Quirrell, the monitoring of the third floor, the underlying current of something wrong in the castle, was gone, and what remained was the ordinary texture of first year, exams, quidditching training, the lengthening days over the lake that came with late spring in Scotland. Harry discovered that the ordinary texture of first year suited him well. Exams he found interesting rather than stressful in the way Hermione found them stressful, because Hermione was stressed by the gap between what she knew and theoretical perfection, whereas Harry was curious about what the exams were actually measuring. He worked through them methodically, not hurrying, and came out of each one feeling he had represented himself accurately. In potions, Snape marked his examination essay with 4 words in the margin in 3 places: correct, insufficient reasoning, correct. Harry counted this as a reasonable outcome for a first-year exam and moved on. In Transfiguration, McGonagall watched him turn a beetle into a particularly successful button and said nothing out loud but made a notation on her clipboard that she turned slightly away before she made, which Harry decided was probably positive. Charms with Flitwick was Harry's favorite examination purely because Flitwick examined practically was where Harry was strongest: wand control and spatial awareness and the ability to hold the theory and the doing of the thing simultaneously, which was not how everyone worked but was how he worked, and Flitwick appeared to find this genuinely delightful. Ron passed everything, which he announced at dinner with a satisfaction that was both personal and pointed in the direction of everyone who had implied, over the year, that he might not. Hermione achieved the highest marks in the year in 7 out of 8 subjects, which surprised nobody, and in the 8th subject, History of Magic, she achieved the second highest marks, which surprised her considerably and Harry not at all, since the highest mark in History of Magic had been Harry's. It was about the Goblin Rebellions, Hermione said, still slightly aggrieved. I know everything about the Goblin Rebellions. You knew everything about the Goblin Rebellions, Harry said. I found the question the examiner was actually asking interesting enough to answer differently. What question were they actually asking? She demanded. Why the rebellions kept happening, Harry said. Not what happened in each one. Why the same conflict recurred over 400 years. The answer is that neither side ever addressed the underlying cause. They just addressed the current outbreak. Hermione looked at him. That's not in Binz's notes, she said. No, Harry said. It's in the primary sources. The original pamphlets from each rebellion. They're in the restricted section, but Dumbledore, he gave you access to the restricted section, Hermione said. Some of it, Harry said. She turned to her notes with the focused energy of someone who had just identified a new direction of research and would not be at peace until she'd pursued it. Ron watched her go and looked at Harry. You did that on purpose, Ron said. She'll enjoy it, Harry said. You gave her a research project as a kindness, Ron said. It's love in her language, Harry said. Ron considered this for a moment. Then he said, my mum does that with cooking. You come home upset and she feeds you. He looked at his plate. Fred and George think it's avoidance. I think it's just how she says it. Yes, Harry said. Exactly. The end-of-year feast was the great hall at its most deliberately excessive, the tables heaped, the enchanted ceiling showing the early summer evening, the 4 house points totals on the hourglasses above them. Gryffindor came second to Slytherin as the points stood before dinner, which produced a quality of resigned acceptance at the Gryffindor table. Then Dumbledore stood. He gave special awards for services to the school that Harry had been entirely unprepared for and received with the self-consciousness of someone who would have preferred to be thanked privately. Ron and Hermione got theirs first, and their reactions were characteristically themselves. Ron went red and grinned and tried to look casual, Hermione went very straight and still as she did when receiving information she was busy memorizing. When Harry's name was called, the Gryffindor table made a noise that he was going to be thinking about for a while. Then Dumbledore awarded the points, 10 each for Ron and Hermione, 20 for Harry, and the hourglasses shifted, and Gryffindor won the house cup, and the red and gold banners replaced the green and silver, and the Slytherin table produced the specific silence of a house that had been certain of the outcome and was re-evaluating. Malfoy was looking at the banners. Harry had been watching Malfoy at careful intervals throughout the year, not obsessively, just with attention, the same attention he gave most things. Malfoy was not simply what he performed. He was a boy who had been handed a very specific version of the world and was very intelligent and had therefore constructed very convincing reasons why that version was correct. The intelligence was real. The version was not. Whether Malfoy was capable of questioning the version was an open question. Harry had seen evidence of it, once, in December, in a transfiguration class when McGonagall had corrected Malfoy's technique in a way that was entirely fair and Malfoy had absorbed the correction without deflection, which was not the performance he put on everywhere else. The performance was a choice. The thing under it was something else. Harry didn't like or dislike him. He found him interesting in the way he found most things interesting, as a question worth staying curious about. After the feast, in the corridor, Malfoy fell into step beside him in a way that was clearly intentional but performing casualness. "Potter," he said. "Malfoy," Harry said. They walked for a moment. "What actually happened?" Malfoy said. "Third floor. Everyone knows something happened but nobody knows what." "Something that needed handling," Harry said. "Quirrell," Malfoy said. "Not quite a question." Harry looked at him sidelong. "What do you know about it?" "Nothing specific," Malfoy said. "My father, he has opinions about certain things. People. He stopped. Last summer he was very interested in certain developments. Things moving. He stopped again, and Harry let him stop without rushing it, which was its own kind of answer. You didn't rush people toward honest things, you just left the space for them. He was hopeful about something, Malfoy said, and the word hopeful carried several things inside it that Malfoy had not intended to put there and was now aware of. Something your father hoped for didn't happen, Harry said. Malfoy's jaw moved. Things at home are, he stopped for the third time. Then, quietly and quickly, like a statement he wanted to make before he could decide not to. He's not a good man, my father. I think I've known that for a while and I've been, he stopped. Deciding what to do with knowing it, Harry said. Malfoy looked at him. Yes. That's hard, Harry said, and he meant it without embellishment. Malfoy looked at the floor. I thought you'd be, he started. Stopped. Tried again. The way you are, you're not what I expected. Before school. I had ideas about, I know, Harry said. You told me on the platform about Weasley. I was performing, Malfoy said. The thing I was supposed to, he pressed his lips together. It's easier when everyone behaves the way you think they will. And I didn't, Harry said. No. A pause. None of you did. They had reached the point where the corridors divided, Gryffindor's direction one way, Slytherin's another. They stopped. What are you going to do? Harry said. About what you know about your father. Malfoy looked at the stone wall. I don't know yet, he said. I'm 11. Yes, Harry said. There's time. He met Malfoy's eyes. There's time to decide who you want to be. That time is real. Malfoy looked at him with an expression that had several layers and was resolving, slowly, into something honest. Your father was like this too, Malfoy said. From what I've heard. The way he talked to people. My father hated it. A pause. I think that might mean it was good. Harry said nothing for a moment. Then, next year. When it's relevant. Talk to me. Malfoy looked at him. I mean it, Harry said. Not a performance. Not about house politics. If something happens and you need to talk to someone who isn't going to use it against you, talk to me. Malfoy stood in the junction of two corridors and looked at Harry with the particular expression of someone who had been given something they didn't know how to receive because they'd never been given it before, and after a moment he nodded, a short, precise nod that was trying to be casual and wasn't. He walked toward Slytherin. Harry watched him go and thought about his father's letter and Snape and the things that started crooked and became something else, eventually, with time and with people who stayed curious. The train going south had the exhale quality of term's end, the particular freedom of people who had been structured for months and were now loosening. The compartments were loud and the snack trolley ran early, and Fred and George had organized something in the second carriage that produced periodic laughter audible 3 compartments away. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione and they didn't talk about the 3rd floor or the stone or Quirrell or the dark face with red eyes. They talked about summer plans. Ron's family was doing something in the garden at the Burrow that involved gnomes, which was a story that took 20 minutes to fully explain and was worth every minute. Hermione was going to France for 2 weeks with her parents and had very organized feelings about it. "What about you?" she said. "Privet Drive," Harry said. "Reading. Letters." "Letters to us?" Ron said. "Yes," Harry said. "And to Dumbledore. He and I write." He looked out the window at England going past. "And I might ask him to arrange something. About Sirius." "The inquiry," Hermione said. "He said he started one, in March. I want to know how far it's got." Harry looked at the window. 10 years is already wrong. I don't want it to be 11. What would it mean? Ron said. If Sirius is innocent. For you specifically. Harry thought about this. He thought about the 6th letter, about his father's certainty. He thought about a man he'd never met, in a place that everyone who knew about it went pale when they mentioned. I've had the charm since I was 5, Harry said. My father's judgment in my chest, running every day. It's been a kind of company. A kind of having someone. He looked at his hands. But it's not a person. If Sirius is innocent, and if there was ever a possibility of having an actual person. Someone who knew my father. Someone who, he stopped. Someone who would hug you until you had to communicate that you'd like to breathe, Ron said. Harry looked at him. Ron was completely serious. My mum does that with all of us, Ron said. And he stopped. Then, with the quietness of someone making a decision about what to offer, she'd do it for you too. If you needed it. She'd, just so you know. You'd be welcome. Hermione looked at the floor and pressed her lips together in the way she did when she was moved and didn't want to make a scene about it. Harry looked at Ron. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me, Ron said, which was the 3rd time that exact phrase had been said in Harry's general direction this year, each time by a different person, each time meaning something slightly different and all of them meaning, what I'm giving you was always yours to have. Dumbledore came to find him before the train pulled into King's Cross. He appeared in the corridor outside their compartment with 2 lemon drops in a small envelope and a letter and the quality of a man who had been meaning to have this conversation for several days and had chosen the right moment carefully. Harry stepped into the corridor. The letter was brief, written in the hand Harry recognized from the one in his Hogwarts admissions envelope, the headmaster's personal hand, different from the official correspondence font. The inquiry into SB's case has produced what I believe to be a significant finding. A request for formal review has been submitted to Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who is both incorruptible and thorough. She has agreed to examine the original evidence log. There are, as you suspected, notable absences in that log, specifically, documentation that should exist for a conviction of this seriousness and doesn't. I cannot promise an outcome or a timeline. But it has begun properly, with the right person looking at it. I thought you should know before summer. Harry read it and folded it and put it in his pocket. Amelia Bones, Harry said. A formidable witch, Dumbledore said. She will not be hurried or influenced. The process, if it runs correctly, will run at her pace. But it's running, Harry said. It is running, Dumbledore confirmed. Harry leaned against the corridor wall and looked out the train window at the English countryside going past in the way it did when it was trying to be picturesque about it, green fields, grey sky, the occasional house. If she finds what I think she's going to find, Harry said. Then yes, Dumbledore said. The process would require a new examination. It would require Sirius to be brought before the Wizengamot. He paused. It will not be fast. I know, Harry said. Fast isn't the point. Right is the point. He looked at the old man. You're moving on this because you believe he might be innocent, or because I asked you to? Dumbledore considered this with the seriousness it deserved. Both, he said. The question you asked me in the leaky cauldron, I am not accustomed to being asked questions by 11-year-olds that require me to examine assumptions I have held for a decade. You asked it without anger and without performance, and that is a harder question to set aside than an angry one. Good, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. Good. The train had begun to slow as London approached. The light changed quality as it did coming into cities, more reflected, less direct. Next year, Harry said. Next year, Dumbledore said. Voldemort is going to try again. Eventually, Dumbledore said. Not necessarily through a professor, Harry said. He'll be more careful. He's not, he doesn't repeat himself. The turban approach was opportunistic. Whatever comes next will be different. I agree, Dumbledore said. I want to be involved in planning for it, Harry said. Not as a child who gets told things after decisions are made. Actually involved. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment in the corridor of the Hogwarts Express with England sliding past behind him and the end of first year arriving. Yes, he said. You've earned that. And beyond earned it, you're right to ask for it. I know, Harry said. Dumbledore's mouth moved in the way it moved when something amused him and he was deciding whether to let it show. He let it show. You are, he said, the most remarkable 11-year-old I have ever encountered. And I have encountered many. I know that too, Harry said. He said it without vanity, the way Ron said things about his chess, just as a fact, stated plainly, because false modesty about real things was its own kind of dishonesty. Dumbledore laughed. It was a genuine laugh, unguarded, the laugh of someone who was used to having to perform everything at a slight remove and had, in this moment, been caught responding naturally. It was a good sound. Your father laughed just like that, Harry said. Dumbledore went very still. The letters, Harry said. He described it. Apparently it was a whole school thing. He was insufferable about it, Dumbledore said, and his voice had something in it. Absolutely insufferable. He would say the most outrageous thing and then laugh as though the world existing was his personal joke, and everyone in the room would laugh with him before they decided to. He looked at Harry. You have his timing. And apparently his nose, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. My mother said so, Harry said. In a dream. It counts. The platform was visible now, the brick and noise of King's Cross approaching. The train slowed with the particular deceleration of something large being brought to a careful stop. Harry, Dumbledore said. The summer, I'll be fine, Harry said. You will be more than fine, Dumbledore said. That's not my concern. My concern is, he stopped. I have made errors in how I have managed your situation. I have told you this. I do not wish to make further errors by being absent in ways I could choose not to be absent. Harry looked at him. Write to me, Dumbledore said. Not just about Sirius or next year's planning. Just, if you need to. I will answer. You answer Arabella's letters immediately, Harry said. I will answer yours within the day, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded. Then, because it was true and he was someone who said true things, you're better at this than you think you are. At the actual part, not the management. The being with someone. Dumbledore looked out the window. That is, he said quietly, a very generous assessment from someone who has had considerable evidence to the contrary. I assess what I see, Harry said. Right now I see someone trying. The train stopped. The platform was loud and full and the barrier between worlds was right there, the two sides of it, ordinary London on the other. Ron's parents were at the barrier. Mr. Weasley was easy to identify from Ron's description, tallish, balding, with the specific delight of a man who found everything fascinating. Mrs. Weasley was exactly as Ron had described her in every dimension, including the hair and the way she moved toward her son with the velocity and totality of someone for whom children returning from Hogwarts in one piece was never a given and was always a miracle. She hugged Ron and said several things simultaneously. Ron turned red and submitted to it. Then she looked at Harry. Ron said, from inside the hug, "Mum, this is Harry." She released Ron and looked at Harry, and Harry looked at her, and she was a small round woman who had ginger hair and kind eyes and the expression of someone who already knew things about this child because Ron's letters were comprehensive and she had been thinking about what she'd say when she met him. She hugged him. It was immediate and without preamble and it was the warmest thing Harry had encountered in a physical sense since before he could remember, and it lasted long enough that he understood, very clearly, what Ron had meant about communicating the need to breathe. He didn't communicate that need. He stood in the middle of King's Cross and held on. Mrs. Weasley said, quietly, into the top of his head, "Ron's told me everything. You're wonderful. I hope you know that." Harry didn't say anything. The warmth in his chest, his father's encoded love, 10 years of steady company, the thing that had been answering for him since he was 5 and hungry and thinking about unfairness, it expanded outward in the long slow way of something that had been patient for a very long time and was, finally, in the right vicinity for what it had always been built to do. Not protect. Not answer. Just, rest. Harry pressed his face briefly into Mrs. Weasley's shoulder and then stepped back, because he was not someone who performed emotion but he was also not someone who pretended it wasn't there. "Thank you," he said. "Come to the Burrow this summer," she said, in the tone of someone who was not asking. "For as long as you like. As long as you can." Arthur Weasley shook his hand with the contained enthusiasm of a man who had questions about Harry's upbringing with Muggles and was very deliberately not asking any of them yet. Hermione's parents arrived and there was a brief exchange in which her father and Arthur Weasley discovered a mutual interest in something completely different and began a conversation with the focus of two people who had just found a rare thing, which Hermione's mother and Mrs. Weasley watched with the resigned affection of people who had been here before. Hermione hugged Harry. Short and firm, the hug of someone for whom hugs were logical expressions of things that couldn't be stated efficiently. "Right," she said. "I will," he said. "About everything," she said. "Not just the interesting things." "Everything is interesting," Harry said. She looked at him. "Yes," she said. "With you it generally is." The Dursleys' car was in the car park and Vernon was in it, sitting behind the wheel with the look of a man who had agreed to a thing and was managing his feelings about having agreed. Petunia was standing outside the car. Harry approached and she looked at him, the assessing look, the measuring look, the look that had always contained something unresolved and had been, over the past year, slowly resolving. "How was it?" she said. School, she meant. Hogwarts, the magical world, all of it. "Good," Harry said. "Very good." She looked at his face. She was, as she had always told him, someone who noticed things. "Something happened," she said. "Yes," he said. "I'll tell you about it. Not everything. But the parts that are, relevant." She looked at the car park around them, at the Weasleys loading luggage 20 feet away with the particular controlled chaos of a large family, at the Grangers having a three-way conversation that was still going. "Who are they?" she said. "My friends," Harry said. She looked at them. The red-haired one, his mother, Harry said, she's the kind of person Mum probably would have liked. He said it carefully, feeling for the edges of what he could say and she could hear. She's warm. She runs everything and everyone knows it and nobody minds. Petunia looked at Mrs. Weasley for a moment. Your mother was like that too, she said. Quiet. Not performed. Just offered. I know, Harry said. I'm starting to understand how. She looked at him. She looked at the car. She pressed her lips together in the way that meant something was happening under the surface that she wasn't going to name. Get in the car, she said. We'll order takeaway tonight. Vernon's picking. That's very brave of you, Harry said. Her mouth moved. Not quite a smile. But the nearest she got. Don't push it, she said. He put his trunk in the boot. Privet Drive in the early evening, the summer just beginning, the light long and gold over the row of identical houses. Harry sat in the kitchen, not the cupboard. He'd been sleeping upstairs in the box room for 3 months now, a fact accomplished without ceremony through the medium of Petunia putting a small bed in there while Vernon was on a business trip and neither of them mentioning it, and he took out his notebook and the photograph of his parents and set them on the table. He took out the letter from Dumbledore about the inquiry. He took out a piece of parchment and a quill, because he wrote back to Dumbledore in proper parchment, which Petunia found aesthetically offensive and Vernon pretended not to notice. He thought about what to write. He thought about the year, about the train and the sorting and Quirrell's turban and the chessboard and the mirror and the last chamber and the face with red eyes saying your father was exactly like this too. He thought about the warmth, which was steady in his chest, which had always been steady, his father's judgment running every day. He put his hand flat on the kitchen table the way he had when he was 5, the first morning after the charm woke up, the morning Petunia had asked him if he wanted a book. The wood was warm under his hand. He thought, Dad, I had a good year. He thought, I'm going to have more. He thought, I found some of your friends, or the direction of them. I'm working on the rest. He thought, I understand now what you built. Not just the charm. The whole thing. The letters and the photograph and the choice to be honest in writing about yourself, all of it was the same construction, just in different materials. You built me a father. Not the thing itself, because you ran out of time, but the shape of it, the living evidence of it, everything I needed to know you by. He thought, it worked. The warmth moved through his hand and into the table and for a moment the kitchen was warm in a way that had nothing to do with the evening light, a bone-deep warmth that came from somewhere old and certain. Then it settled back. Harry picked up his quill. He began to write to Dumbledore, about the summer, about the inquiry, about next year and what it would need and what he thought should be planned and what he was thinking about Malfoy and about the distraction that had pulled Dumbledore out of the castle in March and hadn't been fully explained yet. He wrote the way he always wrote, directly, without performing either humility or confidence, just stating the shape of things as he saw them. He wrote for 20 minutes. At the end he added, in the space before his name P.S., my father described you in the letters. In the way you talked to him, when he was at school. He said you were the first adult who ever spoke to him as though he was a person whose opinion about things was worth hearing. I wanted you to know he remembered that. And that it mattered. He looked at it. He left it in. He signed his name, folded the letter, and sealed it. Then he sat in the kitchen of Number 4 Privet Drive and looked at the photograph of his parents and looked at the notebook where he'd been keeping the picture of everything he knew and everything he still needed to understand, and he thought about the year ahead, second year, and whatever came with it, and Sirius Black and the inquiry and Malfoy deciding who he wanted to be, and Voldemort finding another approach, and Ron and Hermione and Mrs. Weasley who would be there for all of it. He thought about a boy who had been 5 years old with a piece of string and a 31 by 54-inch world. He thought about everything that had happened since then. He put the photograph back in his shirt pocket, close to the warmth, close to his father's steady presence, the oldest company he had. Outside, Privet Drive was itself, identical houses, identical gardens, the suburban evening settling over little whinging like a well-worn coat. Ordinary. Unremarkable. Entirely convinced of its own completeness. Harry Potter sat inside it and was not afraid of anything it contained, and was not made small by anything it believed, and was not the version of himself that anyone had planned for. He was, very simply and completely, his father's son. And his mother's. And entirely his own. The warmth agreed. What James left behind was not grief, and it was not absence, and it was not the echo of someone gone. It was this, a boy at a kitchen table, writing letters, making plans, ready for whatever came next. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything.